That is my first sip of coffee today, and boy does it feel so good. My friends, welcome back to the game library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin, and as ever, I would just like to start the stream off with a single question. Have you played any good books lately? I know that today we are going to be playing some Baldur's Gate, the Enhanced Edition. But first, I would like to just go over some stream news and go over the question of the day with you all. Now, this is going to be the new format going forward. This is how we're going to be operating, so if you guys want to hold off on your question of the day answers, if you want to think about it a little bit, you have time. You have time. Font Crimes, welcome in. I saw Sue, I saw Dragon. Anyone else lurking? My friends, thank you so much for tuning in. Welcome in. I'm feeling very well rested today. I slept in. It's noon right now. I slept in until like 10:30. I got a lot of sleep, so I'm feeling a little bit more sprightly today, and got some caffeine going on, so I'm feeling better. Now, for the stream news, I would like to just switch over to the other screen briefly. And actually, I do plan eventually on just doing a little thing right here and incorporate. Actually, I won't do that live. I won't do that to you. We'll just move over. Okay, guys, so we have a stream anniversary celebration starting on January the 17th. January the 17th. So, if you guys would like to tune in on that, celebrate the community and the amazing progress we have made in a single calendar year, please tune in. And I'm going to be incorporating a lot of other creators into this. So, this is the start of the stream anniversary, and the dates where I'm just playing Siege of Avalon, those are the days where someone just, they haven't replied to me yet, so I'm putting Siege of Avalon in as a placeholder. Now, on Saturday, the 17th of January, that's probably going to stay the same, because I would like to celebrate the game that started this channel. I would like to celebrate the namesake and the muse for what we do here. So, Siege of Avalon, Saturday, the 17th of January. Now, on Sunday, we're going to be playing with our good friend, Jet Black Sheep, which I will get rid of my face so you guys can actually see the schedule. Our good friend, Jet Black Sheep, will be streaming with us. We're going to be playing Mass Effect 3, but it's multiplayer. The multiplayer on Mass Effect 3 is so underrated, it is so bloody good, and nobody knows it exists. So he and I are going to share that with the community. We're going to share some Mass Effect 3 multiplayer runs for a 6-hour stream. No, I will be working my day job in the meantime, so during the week I can only manage a 4-hour stream. It's going to be incredibly difficult to juggle everything at once, but I'm up to the challenge. Actually, I do have to keep my face gone. Okay, so Monday, the 19th of January. Nobody's replied to me yet, so we're doing some more Siege of Avalon right now. Tuesday, the 20th of January. We're doing a Generation Zero stream with my good friend Necrovarius. On Wednesday, I have been talked into playing some Peak. Games like Peak are not my thing. It's not something that I normally am seen playing. But on Wednesday, Squishy-ish has talked me into playing some Peak. So, we're giving it a chance, and it's going to be a good time. We're going to be hanging out with Squish. It's going to be absolutely brilliant. Thursday, the 22nd of January, we will be playing some Warhammer 40k Darktide for the first time. I've never played this game, and neither has B-Tech. I'm going to be playing with my good friend B-Technician. On Friday, you get a twofer. On Friday, we will be playing some Halo 2 with Eternal Arcade and Harold the Hatter. I'm not sure if we're going to be doing the OG or the remastered version, but either way, it's Halo 2. It's going to be a good time. And then on Saturday, to wrap everything up, because this is the end of the stream anniversary celebration, but Audibel PT, a good friend of mine through YouTube and Twitch, she also streams, we're going to be playing some Sanctum 2 and some Battle Block Theater. And again, most of these games, haven't played it, haven't played it, haven't played it, haven't played it, and haven't played it. These are all games that are very, very new to me. Ooh, whoops. These are all games that are incredibly new to me, and I'm not sure how I will like them, but the whole point of this is to celebrate the community with the friends I've made along the way, and they've all recommended these games highly, so I'm game. I'm very interested to play these games and to have some fun, because that's what it's all about. That is what gaming fundamentally is about. In addition, I would just like to remind everyone, I am pushing for monetization on YouTube. So if you guys, if it's within your capability to do so, please head over to the red side, drop a like, drop a comment, subscribe if you haven't already. It really does help push the channel so much farther. I'm at 285 subscribers out of 500, and I am 1,780 watch hours out of 3,000 required for monetization. We are so close that I can literally taste it. But we're not there yet. It's going to take a push. And when I look at Twitch, I see that I have over 500 follows. So all it takes is you guys heading over to the red side and just dropping a sub. It's free. It literally costs nothing. So doing that, if all of my followers did that, boom, we're there. And then if all of you watch like a 5-minute video, watch a few minutes of a VOD, anything like that. If you miss the stream and you want to watch the VOD, you can watch the VOD. So that is the way in which you can help push towards the goal for this year. That literally, it's my only goal this year. That is all I want to do in terms of content creation. I want to get monetized. I want to get monetized on that side. Font, thank you for the lurk on the YouTubes. Oh man, Friday is going to be great. I am expecting some shenanigans. I'm expecting some warthogs to get thrown in my face. I'm expecting chaos. It's going to be very fun. I didn't think Harold would be down for Halo, honestly. I'm very surprised that he was down to play some Halo. So I'm looking very forward to that. Each and every one of these creators is a great friend of mine and fast friends. This is something that has just been so amazing on Twitch, and it's been characteristic of my entire experience. And when I say that Twitch has changed my life, I don't just mean in terms of content creation, right? I don't just mean in terms of trying to push to the point where I can go full-time with my creative endeavors. That is not simply what I'm talking about. I'm also talking about the fact that I'm a better human today as a result of becoming a streamer than I was yesterday. There have been trials, there have been tribulations, it's been very difficult, but fundamentally, all of these friends that I've made, they did something that I haven't had in a long time, which is they just believed in me unconditionally. When I talk to B-Tech, when I talk to Squish, when I talk to Necro, when I talk to Harold, when I talk to Eternal, when I talk to Audibel, they all have, and I should say when I talk to Jet as well, when I have doubts, when I have concerns, when I am not certain that I'm doing the right thing, when I feel like giving up, they give me that push. They believe in me and say, look, you're having a bad week, you're having a bad day, you're having a bad month even, but you're doing something very special, and I can see your community growing. I can see people believing in what it is that you do. So please don't stop. Please continue to do what you're doing because it is so special. And hearing that has given me the push, because otherwise I would have quit. I would have just given up. It's so hard to create content and to be in the creative space, because, and this is so funny because you would say that the creative space is full of people that are very warm, very giving, and it's true, right? There's a reason that is the stereotype, but as a dichotomy to that, it is one of the most competitive spaces that you can be in. When you are creating art, there are forces that have economized your creativity. So when you make a painting, when you make music, when you create content, there are forces, entities that exist to sell you, to sell the products of your creativity. And it honestly kind of kills the fun, genuinely. And it is only through camaraderie with other creatives and knowing that although this force exists that has created this competitive nature, it's not because of the creatives. We ourselves are not competitive. The only person we're trying to be better than is us yesterday. And that has been such a cool realization. That was one of the reasons I hadn't started. I was like, I can't compete with these hyper-talented people. They don't want me competing with them. They want to share their experience. They want to make me better. And they want me to make them better. They want to share. The creatives on social media, obviously, they got to pay the bills, right? Their product has to sell, but that's not the motivation. At least if they're genuine, that is not the motivation. And that has been such a cool realization for me. Such a fun thing about joining Twitch and joining the stream universe. Now, I know a lot of people are lurking right now, but I did want to posit an idea. B-Tech recently reached out and he asked if I was thinking about streaming in vertical format. So Twitch now supports vertical, TikTok supports vertical, and YouTube supports vertical streaming as well. So I was asked if I would start vertical streaming. So I've been hesitant to do so. Normally, vertical format means short-form content, and it's scroll culture, right? It's just, you know, I'm going to be just another face while you're doing this, right? And I don't want to be a contributor to the vitriol that creates. But B had this idea because a lot of you consider my content to be incredibly positive, incredibly uplifting. You know, we get real sometimes in this chat. We talk about difficult themes, right? And how do I put this? I've heard that Twitch on, or vertical format on Twitch is still very broken and breaks OBS. Buin, welcome in. I hope you're having a great day. Hope GSD and Mr. Skunky are good. Hope you are well. Welcome in. And thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I've been watching a lot of vertical streams on YouTube and on Twitch, and honestly, I kind of hate it. And not just from the standpoint of its vertical format. It just looks bad, right? It's very difficult to get a clean gameplay aesthetic, because some people are there for the gameplay, right? And it's very difficult to get a clean aesthetic, to get a chat window, there's just so little real estate to fit everything in, right? So I'm fearful that things will just get lost in noise if I did that. So food for thought, if you guys would like to see some vertical format streams, if you guys end up hanging out on YouTube or TikTok, most of my audience is on Twitch, right? Most of you guys are hanging out on the Twitch side. I get very little traffic on YouTube, and when I do, they don't chat, they don't hang out. They're mostly just lurkers, right? The biggest audience I've had, it was a Freak Marwin stream that went semi-viral, and I had a few hundred viewers on a Marwin stream, but that was in horizontal format. And I don't think anybody saw me on the shorts feed, so it's very much in beta, and it honestly doesn't look good at all to me. I agree, which is why I've been hesitant and I've been holding off for now. I just haven't been pushing that hard on it because I'm not sure that it's going to accomplish my goals. I'm at the point now where I'm in this weird situation where Audie and I had a conversation about this. I've had a conversation about this with Necro, and it's optimizing the use of your time. So short-form content has been cut out of my schedule entirely. I do not post short-form content at all. Now, that is not because I don't have short-form content, it's because it's been such a massive time sink for me. It's just sucked so much out of my schedule, and guys, I stream, I create content, but I also have a day job. I manage I have my relationships. I have to walk my dogs. I have to clean my house. You know, I have other responsibilities in excess of just sitting in DaVinci Resolve and editing videos. So I cut short form out entirely because it took so much time. Whereas a long form video, I just go into the stream, I cut right from the VOD, and off we go. We're off to the races. I've posted a long-form video directly from the stream. Because the conversations we have are so lengthy and nuanced that I can easily get, you know, a 5-10 minute video out of just talking about the question of the day, talking about the game, you know, stuff coming up just frequently in conversation and everything. And I feel like doing short form, I don't necessarily feel that now is the time. That was kind of my response when B said, I think you should do it. I'm just not sure that it's a good use of my time. It's a good use of, you know, my CPU. The more streams you're running, the more OBS gets cranky, and OBS is already cranky. I have so many issues with OBS right now. I've updated it like crazy. I've reinstalled it. I've done all this different stuff. Ember, welcome in. Hope you're having a great day. Hope you're feeling good today. Yeah. So I just don't want to brick the stream. I have concerns. I have concerns. Now, with that said, my friends, that is about all the news that I have for us. Let's get on to the question of the day. Now, the question of the day was inspired by somebody in the comments section of another creator that I follow called Renfail. I don't always agree with his takes. He can be a bit of an abrasive individual, but ultimately his heart's in the right place, and he has some very good takes. So the comment, so this wasn't even his words, the comment was, the old games we played haven't changed over the years. We have. It feels different because we aren't the same person we were. And this fascinated me because we often, I should say, talk about the superiority of new games. The graphical fidelity, the quality of life, the mechanics, the ways in which new games are better. And we go back to the old games we used to love and we say, well, these are just bad now. Well, they weren't bad when you played them 15 years ago. So why do you call them bad now? Well, I know better now. There's new games that have come out that have shown objectively that what I used to play and what I used to love, it's just bad. It's just bad. And what I find interesting about this is I agree, the game is incapable of change. The game is what it has always been. Now, if you mod it, if you get a remaster, if you get an update in that way, yeah, the game changes. But if you're playing the OG, if you're playing the original game on the original console, it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed at all. You have. Your perspective has shifted. You have aged 10 years. You are not the same human that you were. You're older. You have different interests. Maybe you don't even like video games as much as you used to. And I find this interesting because we don't acknowledge that we have changed, right? There's a denial that fascinates me, right? It's the game's changed, I haven't. The game is worse, I haven't changed, I'm the same. And that is very, very interesting to me, that fear. And I think it's fear. I think it's fear because I don't want to get old. I don't want my face to wrinkle and my hair to gray and to have a harder time putting on muscle and all these other kind of vain aspects of aging. Beardsley, welcome in. Heyo friends, happy Saturday. Answer to the question of the day. Some games, believe it or not, actually feel the same. For instance, Ocarina of Time, old Pokemon games, Dark Souls 1, etc. These games that I love so much and covet, they still feel the same. I still get that feeling of whimsy and excitement, even though I know everything now. But I also have played older games that I used to like, only to realize that it's really not as fun as it used to be. I'm not sure why that is though. And again, right, the denialism, the fact that a lot of people aren't willing to acknowledge that the game is fundamentally the same, right? The game can't change. The game is what it is. So why is it that it quote-unquote feels different? And again, it is down to the fact that you've aged. You've played different games. You like different, like, say for example, 2001, you were obsessed with the RTS genre. Just obsessed. That's all you played, right? But now, you are into looter shooters. You're into JRPGs. You're into different kinds of experiences, and then coming back to an RTS, this is the best way for me to describe it, okay? I will reread the question of the day, and then I will give you an example. The games we played haven't changed over the years. We have. It feels different because we aren't the same person we were. I am a great example of this. So when I was a teenager, I played a lot, and I mean a lot, of Call of Duty World at War. I love that game. I loved the competitive multiplayer. I loved the gunplay. I loved that game. I played a lot of Halo Reach in multiplayer. Again, loved it. Absolutely loved the competitive nature of games, the frantic speed of the gameplay. It was very, very fun to me. But as I aged, I rediscovered a love for RPGs. I rediscovered a love for a slower paced game. And now I come back to these games that I used to love, Call of Duty, I will use as an example. And the speed of the gameplay of World at War has changed in my perception, because I have changed. I now like a slower paced game. I like to be able to sit back in my chair, lounge back, coffee in one hand, controller, mouse in the other, I should say mouse, and just play an RPG. Play a CRPG like Siege of Avalon or Baldur's Gate. You know, this engaged, you know, sat forward, just up in the screen, just... That is not a gameplay experience that I'm as interested in anymore. And when I come back to it, it doesn't feel authentic to me anymore. But I still have this immense nostalgia for the memory of playing those games. So when I come back to Call of Duty World at War, I become upset because I've changed. The game is the same, the pace of the gameplay, everything it hasn't changed a lick, it hasn't changed at all. But I no longer value the experience that game brings to the table. Luna, welcome in, won't be here long, just wanted to pop in, that is all good. Thank you so much for tuning in, thank you so much for the lurk or whatever the heck. The Buin says, I think vertical works for some people, but not others. It depends on what you stream. If most of your streams are just chatting, art, crafting, I can see how the formatting makes sense in the vertical style, but most of your streams are featuring an older game that not a lot of people know. It's very game and your voice focused. So I don't see streaming vertical make sense for you. Yeah, I would agree. But to Beardsley's point, right? Beardsley still values the gameplay experience of old Pokemon. Still values Ocarina of Time. Still values Dark Souls 1. So, because his value set has not changed over time, and he, although he has changed as a person, still values the experiences that those games bring to the table, they are still fun. He still enjoys them. So, again, I think it's a change in values, right? And also a change in perception, because as we get closer and closer to reality in terms of the graphics that we can provide in games, the biggest complaint I see with an old game is jank with the AI of, well, AI is kind of an innocuous term, but jank within the programming of NPCs and jank within terms of the graphical fidelity of the game, right? We were playing The Witcher yesterday, and everybody who came in said this needs, well, I shouldn't, I'm speaking in absolutes, it's incorrect. A lot of the people who came in said, this game is great, they should remaster it. Well, if the game is great, why does it need a remaster? Why do you need to reinvent this experience? And again, it's because they have a different value set and they want something that they do like, but it doesn't align with what they value, and they want to take that and merge the two. They want to take what they value currently and what they used to value and align them. They want to just meld the two factors. And I think actually this has been an interesting thought for me, because I think that fundamentally this is why remakes and remasters are so popular right now, because millennials have aged And the games that we love have aged as well. And now the graphics and the computer for the NPCs and the control structures and everything is just aged. And now we have this optimized experience within modern games where the quality of life has been optimized out the wazoo. The graphics are just chef's kiss. They're mirroring reality at this point. And they want these two things to align because they have changed and the game hasn't. So they want to take who they are and what they value today and something that they used to value and combine the two. And this is where a lot of the upset comes when remakes and remasters happen, because you have an expectation of, I'm going to feel the exact same way I felt when this was created, when I was a kid, and what I value now. When these things come together, it's going to make me feel precisely the same as I felt in 2005. And then it doesn't. And you blame the developer. You say, well, if the developer just knew what I valued in the game and what the fans value, because I'm a fan and all the fans feel the way I feel, they would have done a better job and they would have made a game that makes me feel like I did when this original game came out. That's not how it works. You've changed. You're not the same person you were. So, this is what I feel where a lot of the upset comes when we're talking about remakes and remasters and even just going back and playing the original game. But this is why I am such an advocate for just playing the game in its original form. You've changed. Your values have changed, but that doesn't mean you can't go back and have just a trip down memory lane. That you can't just enjoy the experience of what once was. I played Siege of Avalon for the first time when I was 10 years old. And I've changed. I'm a very different person now. But I can still come back to Siege of Avalon and I can still say, man, this is a really good game. I fully agree it has to do with me changing, and it also has to do with playing games that have shifted my interest. For example, I can't play Call of Duty, Battlefield, or related games anymore. It's directly because of Tarkov. The feeling of the gunplay, the slow, methodical gameplay, building our own guns and gear. It's fundamentally changed me. I definitely wish The Witcher 1 played more like The Witcher 3 combat-wise. I do enjoy the interesting combat of The Witcher 1, but it does have a dated feel to it, especially when we compare it to its sequels. And to that, I would say the comparison is The Thief of Joy. Because we have The Witcher 3, The Witcher 1 feels dated. We've had games come in since, right? And again, this is... Thank you for the 7-stream streak and repping on the red side. Razman, how the hell you doing? How the hell you doing? And thank you all so much for coming. Like, I've seen like 15, 37, like so many stream streaks that have, like, you guys are just coming in so often, and God, thank you so much. Thank you so much. But another interesting factor as well is Beardsley. I love the fact that you named Tarkov in this situation, right? Tarkov has changed you because there was a gameplay loop that you didn't even know that you valued. And that is... Innovative games change us. And Tarkov is a great shot for this. Resident Evil 4 is another great shot for this. There are games that come out that change the landscape. There are games that come out that fundamentally shift our perception. So Resident Evil 4 is an example that I use because it had adaptive difficulty, right? The game is constantly watching how much you're dying, how how much you're struggling with interactions with enemies, and it is slowly optimizing the difficulty of the game for you specifically. It is optimizing the gameplay experience so that it never feels bad. And a lot of developers looked at that system and they said, holy shit, you can do that? And you do have systems like that being implemented in games today. This adaptive, keep you in a flow state kind of difficulty of a game. Resident Evil 4 never felt unfair. It was always, yeah, I deserve that. That was my mistake. Resident Evil is all about choice making. It's all about, where do I take a stand? What gun am I using? Where the fuck is Ashley right now? Positioning and all this different stuff. So when you get taken down in that game, it's tough, right? Because you don't want to admit that it's your fault, but it is. Because the game is adapting its difficulty to suit you. Growing up, I loved playing platforming Metroidvania games. I loved the thrill of absolutely crushing hard platforming sequences and getting a reward at the end for my character. I'm still very much an achievement-driven person, if you can't tell with my obsession with needing 100% Steam achievements, but I prefer slower-paced puzzle games that force me to really study the game as a whole now. Oh my god, Ashley yelling Leon, huh? It does. But there is a reason that she yells Leon. That's because you're out of position. I'll mention a remaster I appreciate, Dark Souls 1 Remastered. It was a game that was rushed, but ended up being a huge success from FromSoft. It was definitely lacking in optimization and polish. Blighttown was a laggy mess. They took that game, updated the graphics ever so slightly, optimized the problem areas, but didn't change any of the structure of the game. Stuff like that I appreciate. Absolutely. And this is the interesting part of the conversation about remakes and remasters, fundamentally, is that what is too much? Right? Did the jank of Blighttown give people an experience that you're taking away from? Right? I'll put it to you this way, right? So you use Dark Souls 1 as an example, and it's a great example. Dark Souls 1 Remastered, chef's kiss. Super, super well done. So, Blighttown was a janky mess. People struggled with Blighttown. But then you go into Oblivion Remastered. Now, if people optimized the jank out of Oblivion Remastered, if they took the Bethesda glitches out of Oblivion Remastered, do you think people would have enjoyed that? Right? This is a you can't please everyone type situation. Some people valued that jank. Some people valued the lag and the difficulty because they had to adapt around that, and that was a formative part of their gameplay experience when they played that game. You can't please everyone. It's 100% true. Not saying that I no longer love games like Hollow Knight and Nine Souls, but I no longer crave to play them every single day. Games that I crave to play every single day are like Blue Prince. I really want to play Inscription too, but these huge puzzle games require huge blocks of time that I don't have with a full-time job and two big dogs. So this is where, Bween, you have inadvertently mentioned something that I think is very important for adult gamers in particular, and that is time. So, time changes games. So, when you don't have a lot of time to complete a game, you get into this kind of loop of, well, there's no point in even playing. And this is another place, this is another area where I feel that old games have a very significant role. And that is because old games are very short experiences. Games on the N64, the Super Nintendo, the Game Boy, you can beat these games in an hour, maybe two, right? They're very, very short experiences. I beat Spider-Man 64, I had a 6-hour stream allotted, I beat it in like 4.5 hours, right? And these very short experiences, I think, are ideal for the life of an adult person. Because we don't have a lot of time to just sit down and devote to a puzzle game like Blueprints or a deep interactive RPG like Baldur's Gate 3. We don't have the time all the time. Sometimes we do. We take a week off and we say, I'm just going to be playing some Baldur's Gate 3. But most of the time, and this is the case for me as well, really the only reason I play as much games as I do is because I've made it an integral part of my life, because I'm a content creator. I stream, I make YouTube videos. But if I didn't do this, it is very true that I would be just playing some Pokemon, or playing some Spider-Man 64, or playing some Bomberman Hero, or playing some Kirby Dreamland. Because these experiences are just very... I can play a quick gameplay loop of Kirby, Return to Dreamland, and then we're done. Right? And then I can go walk my dogs, I can go do the dishes, I can go, watch a movie with my fiance, and everything's all good. Whereas, if I am playing League of Legends, which is a game that is overwhelmingly occupying, I'm stuck, right? Call of Duty Warzone as well, like, you're stuck. And a lot of gamers I'm a millennial, right? A lot of gamers of my generation, and even Gen Z at this point, we're struggling to balance our love of games and our work life and our responsibilities. Jerkops, welcome in. Alright, let's hop into some gameplay so I can at least say that I'm playing some Baldur's Gate. Okay, so let's head over here. There it is. Alright. Now, I haven't streamed this in a while, so let's see. Come on. Show me the money. No, it doesn't want to. Alright, there we go. I have to do display capture. Ah, yes. We were struggling to beat Bacillus, who is over here. So, he's over here, so let's map out the rest of this area and then we'll come back to this corner of the map.
Whatever.
But yeah, that was the most interesting aspect of the question of the day, I would say. You surrender or you die. You make the choice. And you make the choice quickly. Zoggle has no patience to wait for slow-witted city folk. Time to die, you ugly knobgoblins. You very stupid city folk. You die screaming. Zoggle the strongest one there is.
Spare no one.
Alright. So, Zoggle.
Again?
Uh-huh.
You're a queer fellow.
I'll do it.
Nature's
Servant awaits.
Alright, let's get you guys in the fight.
My.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Whew! That was a quick death. Speaking of time I no longer have, I'm taking the boys to the beach. Leaving you on lurk on my computer. Hope you have a wonderful stream. Thank you, Buin. I completely understand. Alright, I feel like I might be getting to a leveling issue. Alright, let's go into the spear formation.
Think carefully.
Actually, let's loosen up the formation if we can.
Again?
Nature's servant awaits.
Uh-huh.
We're
You're a
all
queer
doomed.
fellow.
Alright, we're going to take you away from the fight.
What you want? I'm gone.
You come back. And I think... Ooh, they're all named. That's not good. Geltic. I'm sorry to leave so soon, but I've been voluntold to make bibimbap, so I'll be lurking. Hope you have a fantastic Saturday. Beardsley, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for contributing to the conversation. It was so good to have you. Enjoy the bibimbap. That is one of my favorite foods. That is one of my favorite foods. So, I will be over your shoulder watching. Alright. We will just...
Yes, oh omnipresent authority figure.
Okay, so you two
Need of me?
focus down
Yep.
with Emoan.
You're already dead. Resist and die.
Right now,
What is the plan?
take down Zargle.
I care not.
You're already dead.
Perfect. Nice. Right, I think that... Okay, perfect. Perfect.
You require aid?
What is it this? I'll do it.
Nice. Okay,
Yes.
perfect.
Think
That went really, really
carefully.
well. Okay, now let's loot. Someone poisoned? Ah, you're poisoned.
You've a task?
Does anyone have any antidotes sitting around? You do.
Again?
Perfect.
Yes.
Ooh, nice short sword. Ooh, do I not have space in my inventory? I don't. Alright, so that can go to you. We have a mage robe. I guess we'll give that to you. Give you the sword. Give the thief all the rings and jewels. What's this? Isle gem. Okay.
As needed.
Okay, let's see what else you have. Ooh, composite bow. Nice. That's a bastard sword.
What is the plan? Yes.
Alright, so let's save our game after that. We'll just overwrite the Bacillus save. Jerkops, answer the question of the day. I agree wholeheartedly. And the game doesn't have to be old when the circumstances change our perspective on games, and other media change all the time. Sorry, I inflected that incorrectly. I agree wholeheartedly, and the game doesn't even have to be old. When circumstances change our perspective on games and other media... Sorry, one sec. Oh, that's why I'm inflecting it incorrectly. Especially since emotions are fickle, and games and media works usually play on our emotions. I kind of talked about this a little bit, Jerkops, and perhaps you missed it, so I'll reiterate for your sake. But... Ooh, hello.
Feel my power.
Shit! Ugh. The mages just... Oh my god, that is annoying.
Caution.
Uh-huh.
We're all doomed.
My turn to save the day.
Can I help you?
Yes?
Okay, perfect.
Again? Agreed.
Yeah, no, I think I was just reading it incorrectly, Jerkops. That's all good. Ooh, some gold. It's going to be... Actually, you know what? I can probably just quick save. There we go. Just quick save. Okay, just trying to get everything mapped out.
Wake up.
Oh? No! No, stay back, lest the madness be catching! Calm down, what is the madness of which you speak? I've been a rural merchant all my life, and am thereby no stranger to poultry. I've been a rural merchant all of my life, and am thereby no stranger to poultry of any shade or color. But there be a fiendish hen to the east that, when I picked her up, spoke to me in a voice most human. Either I am in the chill grips of the deepest fever, or that chicken be possessed by a spirit from the very depths of the ninth and final hell. We have already met the hen. We've already met the hen, and we are carrying it right now. Are we? I think we are. Where's the hen? I definitely did that. The hen is with us. But it's interesting that you say that, Jerkops, right? Because the industry is changing so quickly. And I was mentioning earlier that our perceptions of remasters, the reason that a lot of gamers are so disenfranchised with the state of the industry is because we have a perception of how we experienced the game when it came out, and then we have a perception of the games that we are currently playing. And when we want a remaster, right, when you say, I want The Witcher 1 to be remastered, what you mean is, I want the person I was when The Witcher came out in 2006, and I want the person I am today, value-wise, to do this. I want to align. And a lot of the discontent that I see with remakes and remasters is, well, the developer just didn't understand what I wanted and what the fans wanted when they remastered this thing. Well, you said you wanted better graphics, you got it. You said you wanted better quality of life. Well, this game had terrible quality of life, and the combat was just weird. So, you got that. But when you change little things like that, when you go into Halo and you add a sprinting mechanic, you change the game fundamentally. You can't just go in and change a couple things and expect the game to feel precisely the same. If you want an apples-to-apples remaster, okay. That's been done. We talked about Dark Souls 1 remaster. Even though it was a remake, I would say that value-wise, in terms of like remastering, the Resident Evil remaster for the GameCube, that aligned with what we're talking about. And this is, nostalgia and rose-tinted glasses can be a real thing, though. I remember not too long ago, I was debating against a friend about Metal Gear Solid 3, and in my memories, the game's controls and the backpack interface were perfect, while the friend said they were a bit clunky. Then, when I went to actually replay the game, I realized that damn, the movement of Metal Gear Solid 3 does need a lot of adjusting. So, it's, in my opinion, very important to refreshen yourself up on the older games we like to talk about, because we might find ourselves talking on the basis of our nostalgic ideal of the game, instead of how the game actually is. And this is perspective, right? When Metal Gear Solid 3 came out for the PlayStation 2, it probably felt pretty dialed in. It probably felt pretty good. And it's only because we have gotten better at making games and optimizing games that it doesn't feel quite so fresh anymore. But when it came out, Metal Gear Solid 3, it probably felt pretty dialed in compared to the other games we're used to. Because what is Metal Gear Solid 3 being compared to? This is fundamentally why old games get such a bad rap. Because it's being compared to current experience. You're not comparing Metal Gear Solid 3 to itself. You're comparing Metal Gear Solid 3 to Metal Gear Solid 5. You're comparing Metal Gear Solid 3 to modern gameplay experiences that have modern gameplay loops. Very, very different. The new flashy thing is always going to feel better in terms of control structure and in terms of fidelity than an old game. Always. Where old games have value is the way in which they did innovate back in the day. This is why I promote an as objective as I can be view of these games, because it is so hard to... It's very hard to do, honestly. I play mostly old games, so it's very hard for me to... What am I trying to say here? I have a possibly more grounded view of these games because I'm not subjecting them to the comparisons that a lot of gamers are, because I spend the majority of my time in game worlds like Baldur's Gate, in game worlds like Siege of Avalon, in game worlds like The Witcher 1. So when I see The Witcher 1, and yes, it's janky, yes, it's difficult, and the combat's weird, but I don't find it that jarring. Whereas if I was coming from The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, which is gorgeous and so optimized for The Witcher's gameplay loop, yeah, The Witcher 1 is going to feel dated and weird, but that's kind of, I like the fact that I can keep myself kind of more immersed and grounded in these worlds, and I'm not constantly taking myself out and saying, well, you know, this could be a bit better. You know, I'm not focusing on what the game can do better. I'm just focusing on what the game does.
Around you, I almost feel that we have a chance.
And I think more gamers could benefit from this, right? Don't focus on what the game can be doing. Focus on what the game does. What are you experiencing? You know, don't compare Halo Infinite to other games within the franchise. Compare it to itself. What are its merits? What are the merits of Halo Infinite? And within that conversation...
What is it this time?
You're a queer fellow.
My turn to save the day.
Let's take the wolf down. Nice. Okay, healed up. Let's just do a quick save. Might as well just quick save.
At any cost.
But I agree, Jerk Ops. The going back and, you know, how does this game actually feel to play? You know, before saying that Resident Evil 4 didn't need a remake, maybe go back and actually play Resident Evil 4. Actually experience the gameplay loop and what that game brings to the table, and then have the conversation. And this is a double-sided sword, right? I say that, you know, I spend most of my time in old games, so I actually have the inverse issue. I have difficulty speaking authentically on modern titles. So, recently, I've been putting my money where my mouth is, and it's like, well, Resident Evil 4 didn't need a remake. Well, maybe I should actually play Resident Evil 4 Remake and assess this objectively. And luckily for me, my opinion didn't change that much. I still believe that Resident Evil 4 didn't need a remake, but I'm glad that we got one because it is a unique gameplay experience, and the world is better for it. The world got a very good game. I played The Witcher 1, 2, and 3 back to back in 2023, and I didn't like The Witcher 1. I didn't think The Witcher 1 was unplayable, but as someone who loves the Witcher world, I like being able to experience as much of The Witcher's world as I can. You did it right. So you played 1, and then 2, and then 3, but I kind of think that experiencing that loop in reverse is equally interesting. So playing 1, then 2, then 3. So playing in the chronology is interesting, and it's fun, and you get lots of the world, and it's brilliant, it truly is. But then the inverse, this is how I recommend that people play the Elder Scrolls franchise, and that is play Skyrim and then work your way back. Because Skyrim is a great introduction to the world. Elder Scrolls Online is a good proxy for this as well, because the earlier games have mechanics that are very jarring for the player. And what's interesting to me is when you play these franchises in reverse, you can see the genesis in a much more organic way, right? You're playing the end result of an evolution when you start with Skyrim, or start with The Witcher 3 in Jerkops' example. So you're playing the end result, the most current iteration of an anthology. And when you work your way back, it's the same feeling, but it is different, right? There's a... I feel that, you know, if I play, you know, Arena, then Daggerfall, then Morrowind, then Oblivion, then Skyrim, you know, I can get a sense of what they were going for, but I found that when I played Skyrim and I worked my way back, I had much more of a, that's what they were going for. Interesting. Oh, that's where that lore came from. Oh, that's really cool, right? Because you're getting the end result. So, On Wild Elves started in the Elder Scrolls Chapter 3, and there's less of a contextual realization when you're just playing through Daggerfall, then you go right into Morrowind, right? You might notice the change, but it's far more likely that you will notice the change when you're working your way back. Especially, you know, if I've played Skyrim most recently and I work my way back to Daggerfall, that's going to be a very, like, whoa. Whereas if I'm playing Daggerfall and then I go into Morrowind and so on and so forth, again, same feeling, but I would say that it's different when you're starting at the end of an evolution and you're working your way back, as opposed to when you're starting at the genesis point and you are working your way forwards. I would be interested in your thoughts in the chat. Do you think that it is more interesting to play a game at the end of its evolutionary loop, as opposed to at its genesis point. So, start at the end and work your way back, or start at the beginning and work your way forwards. Which do you think is a better way to go about things? Alright, so we have most of the area mapped out. Let's head over here. So Bacillus is right here. So let's map right here. How are we doing? I'm doing excellent, Furious. I'm doing very, very good. I just recently asked a question. So the question of the day is at the top of chat, as always. But I asked another question that stemmed from a conversation with Jerkops, which is, do you think it's better to go through a chronology of games from the genesis point to the end, or to start at the end and work your way back? I kind of think it's a cool experience to start at the end point and work your way back. I think that there's a slightly different feeling when you start at the end and work your way back. I want to experience the first ones, even if the stories aren't connected, because I want to experience the evolution and the changes. Sometimes going back to older, more refined mechanics can detract from the enjoyment. So from the genesis point towards the end. So I wonder if a composite bow... Okay, so you can't be using this. Gotcha. Give that to a Moen. You've got plenty of arrows still. Okay, we are in good shape. And how are you today, Furious? I think it depends on what kind of player you are, and what you prefer. I know that, for example, with Persona, a lot of people start with 5, and then go 4, and then 3. Same with The Witcher, where some people start at 3, and then give 2 a shot, and then maybe 1. But I personally always prefer going to the first game, and then going forwards. I did so with Dragon Age. I will do so with Mass Effect, and Gothic, etc. So, here's another aspect to this conversation. When you start with the first game, because we are modern gamers and we have experienced modern gameplay mechanics, it is very, very hard for us to give grace to these older games. Depending on the kind of gamer you are, but it is very hard to start with an older game and then work your way forwards to tolerate those changes. The reason I say, for example, start with Skyrim and then work your way back in the anthology is because you can get to a point where you recognize... Whoa.
You rang?
What you
Our
want?
quest is vain.
Yep. I've done had enough of this.
We're all doomed.
My turn to save the day.
What is the plan?
Nature's servant awaits.
Fall! Fall!
We are in good shape.
I care not. I am gone.
Okay, skeletons are going down nice and easy. You got the job! Woo! Ha ha ha! Chat, some hypes. Caitlin, congratulations. My God, that is awesome. That is such a good feeling. Getting the job is such a good feeling. Congratulations. And you get to start very soon. That is awesome. Whoa. Alright,
Yes, oh omnipresent authority.
Alright, you fight them.
You're a queer fellow.
You
What
start
is it this
going
time?
full
Life
send.
is so hollow.
I'll do it.
Alright. think we can take the hobgoblin down pretty quickly. Whoa.
Yes?
Milton, you broke your weapon again, you silly bastard. Ah, shit, we have no more two-handed swords. You know what? I'm gonna give you a short sword. You're not specialized, but you can deal a whole hell of a lot more damage. Oh, weekly paydays are good too. Weekly paydays are brilliant.
For now.
Alright, I do need, before we fight... Whoa.
You've a task?
Can I help you?
Good boy, take your antidote. Take your medicine. Take your
What is the
medicine.
plan?
Alright, save our game. Overwrite the save. Yeah, I get paid every week as well. Feels so good.
At
It's
any
so
cost.
good. Alright, so, yeah, Bacillus right here. Let's make our way off the map. I have to buy new weapons for Milton. And then we can give this fight a shot. It's a very difficult fight. We had a very hard time with it last stream. Oh, coffee is cold. Sad face. Also, chat, you need to remind me to take my bloody breaks. Good. I have about 45 minutes before the next break, but I do need to go warm up my coffee. Alright, That's Ulcase School. That's Nashkel. I think Baragost had the smith. Yeah, Thunderhammer Smithy. Red Sheaf Inn.
At any cost.
We'll head over to the inn, we'll get rested up, and then stop by Thunderhammer Smithy.
Masera.
Thank you for the check-ins, guys. Thank you very much. And guys, if you don't check in every stream, I do keep track of the check-ins. 3 streams, let's go. Let's go.
Masera.
There we are. There we are.
With caution.
Let's have a chat with the innkeep, shall we? Ooh. Actually...
You want some whiskey?
He doesn't trade, I don't think. We could get some rumors. Okay, let's just get rested. Not really trying to get more quests right now. Let's just get rested up, and then we'll head back over to take down Bacillus. Okay, over to the Thunderhammer.
As needed.
Right, now... I think I can just drop that. Give those to you.
At any cost.
I can make whatever you wish for a wee little
What
bit
do
more
you
than-
have for sale? Okay, we could sell those. Now, do you have a two-handed sword? You don't. No two-handed blades. That is not ideal. Not ideal in the slightest. That is a long sword. This is tough, okay. It's a long sword +1. It's a mage robe. Okay, well,
Masera.
sell the gem, sell the longbow. Conan, welcome in. Hope you are having an excellent day, my friend. Hope you are doing very well. Books better be winning. I am. I think. Maybe. Okay, so I guess we have to go to a different merchant. Alright, let's figure it out.
For now.
It's either that or we give him a short sword proficiency. I guess we could have him do a sidearm.
Welcome, Moon and Star. Come to me through fire and war.
Welcome to the madhouse.
Population.
Come, Nerevar. Come and look upon the heart.
Harold, welcome
Upon
in.
the heart.
Welcome in, my friends.
Lay
I
down
hope that you're
your
having a
weapon.
good day.
It is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh.
Chat, you know what to do. The Dagoth wave plays. So we dance.
Oh, oh.
Right, I have to go to the friendly
I'm a
army.
god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god.
Herald and Raiders, welcome to the game library where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin. I'm a variety streamer with a focus on story-driven games that have been obscured from the mainstream conversations around gaming, and the voice of those games is me. I do a little bit of voice acting in games that have little to no voice acting when not hitting my microphone, just to make them a little bit more interesting, a little bit more consumable for all of you lovely people. Now, feel free to raid and run. I know that you've been watching Harold for quite a while now, doing his Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. I was gonna say, thank you for the shout out to Harold the Hatter. Thank you very, very much. Now, let's see what lovely peoples have come in today. Razman, Gelatinous Noob. Harold, of course. Alduina. Daddy Likey. There's never any gameplay, Harold. There's never any gameplay. You, like me, are a professional yapper, and that is 100% a-okay. Chat, Harold the Hatter is a mental health professional that speaks to mental health through the medium of video games. He's a fantastic human being, and yes, like me, he's a yapper. So if you like me, you're gonna like him. Click that heart at the top of chat. Give Harold a follow. You will not regret it. Harold the Hatter, my friends, is a wonderful, wonderful human being. Wonderful human being.
The patients have escaped the madhouse. Please provide chocolate, and all will be fine.
All right, I'll get right on that. My dairy-free ass will get right on getting you some chocolate. Pure cacao, of course. All right, now Harold has brought you all here for some Baldur's Gate 1, the Enhanced Edition. He's been glazing me up for this playthrough. He really, really loves this game, and I am coming to really appreciate what this game is and what it represents to the people who do love it. It is not my first playthrough, but it might as well be. It's been a very, very long time since I've played through this game in its entirety. So, journey with me, if you wish, and share what you love about this game. If you guys are Baldur's Gate 1 lovers, if you're just Baldur's Gate lovers, what is it about the Baldur's Gate universe, including Baldur's Gate 3, that you enjoy? What is it that you love about Dungeons and Dragons and what it gives to the conversation around gaming? Back to the game. All right.
Agreed.
So we have come to the Friendly Arm Inn because Milton the Everlost, our OC, he keeps breaking his blades. So we need to get him some better swords. Now, I don't know where to find a +1 two-headed sword yet. A blade that is far less likely to break. So right now, he just breaks his sword, and I have to buy him a couple of new ones. We do have a +1 short sword, or an enchanted short sword, I should say. And actually, we will find out.
For now.
I think it's just +1. No, it is enchanted.
Keep your eye on your travels.
So we do have some things that require identification. The golden pantaloons. I keep forgetting I have those. Okay. The short sword is the first type of sword to come into existence. In the simplest of terms, the short sword can be considered a dagger with a blade so long that it can no longer be called a dagger. The term short sword does not exist in sword classifications. However, it has come to be used to describe a double-edged blade about 2 feet in length. The sword tip is usually pointed, ideal for thrusting. 1d6 piercing damage, speed factor 3, one-handed. Baldur's Gate 1 was my very first experience with D&D. Question of the day, and that's at the top of chat for everyone who's interested. Question of the day. Funnily enough, I recently experienced this. So when I returned to streaming, I played one of my all-time favorite games growing up, Guild Wars. When I got the expansion that introduced me to the series, what was fascinating to me when I was younger was cringe in terms of writing of the villain. I do still love the games for the lore and experience, but some story beats don't have the same charm as they used to as I grew older. I'll permit that, Razman, but my god. Yeah, autocorrect. Autocorrect is fun. Wait. Okay, so I need an identify scroll for it, but the identify individual won't identify it for me. Is it because I have it armed? That could be it. That could be it. So let's do this. Let's do this.
Little gold guide your eye on your travels.
Ah, there we are. Amidst the plains of the eastern Shah, there lived a small human blacksmith whose nearly dwarven height did not do his soul justice. Though a skilled weaponsmith, his true gift was his ability to whistle a heartfelt song that could cause a grown man to cry like a newborn. Only a reclusive mage shared and enjoyed time with the diminutive man. However, as others could only see his small size as a source of amusement, deaf to the smith's song because of their own prejudices, their ridicule slowly grew into cruel torment, which eventually persuaded the light-hearted man to leave his home forever. Before he left, he forged this weapon as a gift for his one friend, who also enchanted it during the making. Thus, the blade sweetly whistles to the wielder when unsheathed. It was not long after that the mage also deserted the small town in disgust, taking the sword with him on his journeys. the Whistling Sword +2. I love the backstories of these weapons, by the way. Question of the day, absolutely true. There's a powerful line in the movie Garden State where they are discussing Christmas and our childhood home, that in young adulthood we are struggling to try and find that feeling of home that we had in childhood. I think with games it is the same. The game hasn't changed. We've just evolved and grown. So our childhood innocence has left us, and we've been exposed to so much new and vividly drawn and more complex gaming. So as we return to them, they don't have the wonder. It is ironic. We spend all of our childhood trying so ardently to reach adulthood, to reach that point of reverence that we held for our parents, to reach the point where we are the guardians. And once we reach that point, all we can think to do is attempt to recapture that innocence that we held as children. I think that much of what we experience as gamers, and Harold has realized this, and as have I, games are a way for us to interact with our IRL struggles. When you experience an old game that you played as a child and it doesn't feel the same, you are left with, at minimum, a sense of disquiet. And at most, a sense of abject despair. Why doesn't it feel the same? Why can't I feel? I've played many old games that I used to regard with reverence as a child. And I come back to these games, and I am left haunted by the fact that they don't feel the same. And what I've come to realize is that there are new experiences to be had with the old things that we love. The fact that you have changed, the fact that you are no longer able to experience the game in the same way, is novelty. You can experience that old game with a new sense of wonderment. You are not the same person, and therefore, you will not have the same experience. We are so captured by the idea of trying to feel the exact same way about a thing that we did as a child, that we are blind to the fact that we are capable of having a new experience in the now. We are so immersed in nostalgia that we are unable to appreciate what the games are able to give. Baldur's Gate 1 came out when people were adults. You might have played it as a child, but someone else's nostalgia is as an adult. So why not experience it as an adult? Other people did. Stop trying to capture who you once were. Be present. Be who you are today. Experience the old and the new with new eyes. You are not who you were even yesterday. Try to experience these things with a new sense of wonderment. This is one of the best things about becoming a streamer for me. I am revisiting many of the games that I've loved for a long time. There are games that I've played time and time again. Fable, I've been playing it recently with you guys, that I feel the exact same way today that I did when I was a child. Fable has never changed for me. I always feel the same about Fable. I love Fable for that. But there are new experiences like Daggerfall and Baldur's Gate and The Witcher 1 that I'm experiencing with new eyes. And instead of trying to capture how I felt when I was 10 playing Baldur's Gate 1, I'm trying to connect with the game as I am today, and with all of you. They were new and wondrous then, so it will never be the same because we can never go back, but are always trying. It is a beautiful way to connect and nurture that inner child who is calling us to connect with the past that we loved, as a way to nurture that childhood, us, that we are leaning to allow to live safely in their place and nurture them. Games are a great way to do inner child work in therapy to help us heal that inner child and do psychodynamic work that will allow us to grow forward as adults who are just trying to figure out life. There's an irony. So, chat, if you guys don't know, Harold the Hatter, he is a mental health professional, and I did a lot of work that actually ran in tandem with Harold's profession. I have a minor in psychology as a part of 8 years of post-secondary education. I was trying to be a professor, essentially, and I didn't carry that journey through. I am a plumbing apprentice now, but I still have that education, and I still have quite a bit of knowledge when it comes to the psychiatric field. And Harold is a kind of kindred spirit because he and I can, quote-unquote, talk shop with each other. So, you do and have beautiful insights into humanity. I try. History major and psychology minor seem like a weird combination, but to learn what is, you must learn what was. Those who do not learn from the mistakes of the past are doomed to repeat them. To that I hold. We, in terms of nature, do not change. It's merely the times. That is something that I said during one of my classes when we were studying history. As I read history books, I understand that the nature of humanity, who we are, fundamentally, does not change. We are human. And all that changes is the technological advancements that are a part of human nature. Speaking of historians, Malthus. Welcome in, my friend. I hope that you're having a good day. Hello there. Long time no see. In regards to the question of the day, I concur quite a lot. Despite being a form of escapism, games cannot be played in a vacuum, and you cannot fully disconnect from what concerns and struggles you might have in real life. And as we get older and have more responsibilities and worries, our lives change, and so do we. Hence, the experience in playing will change also. You carry the burden. So Harold was talking about inner child work. And it is something that a lot of cognitive behavioral therapists have realized. And that is much of the strife in adult life is down to strife as a child. There's a much more flippant saying, which is, men never truly grow up. Their toys just get bigger. Right? You trade in your toy car for the real thing. You stop playing with toy tractors in the sandbox and you start driving them. And this idea of... It's interesting to me because we have reverence to... As children, we have reverence to our adult selves. And then, as adults, we have this kind of sacricity to our childhood. We consider both to be sacred. As children, we aspire to adulthood, and then as adults, we lament the innocence lost from our childhood selves. Nostalgia is, at its very core, a form of lamentatious mourning. What do I mean by that? When you play an old game, and it's not the same, you don't feel the same, you are mourning a death. Is that not how it feels? Is that not how it feels? And I think that it is I think the best way to honor our childhood selves is to understand that our childhood self wanted to be who we are today. We had this reverent idea of who we would be as adults. We almost thought of our adult selves as heroes, kind of at parity with our parents. And there's a fall from grace that occurs when we reach adulthood, where we realize that our parents were not superhuman, and they were very much scrambling to figure shit out in real time. This idea that we would have everything just on lock and just go through adulthood and all would be okay. But one of the best ways to honor
A new hand touches the beacon.
Aldwina, thank you so much for the follow. New follow goal has been set. 530. 530. My friends, thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much. It's because of this phenomenon I haven't touched some of my favorite games in years, because I could not enjoy them as much anymore if I was to play them today. It is a darker world than, say, 6 years ago, and also a more worried and more scared Malthus. Yes. But you can honor your old self. Play those old games. They are not the same. But there's beauty in that. Right? Stop trying to just focus on this lamentatious mourning that we call nostalgia. Come at these old games with new eyes. Embrace the flaws. Understand that they're not perfect, and understand that you are not perfect and you are not the same person as you used to be. But there's a novelty, there's a nuance, and there's a growth that can occur from experiencing an old game that you have already experienced. Things that you have not noticed before, subject matter that you simply could not comprehend as a child. Storylines that you have more appreciation for as a result of your experience. Be in the now. Embrace the present.
at any cost.
I will say that with these old games,
Think
there is one
carefully.
thing that I always find myself appreciating. And that is the simplicity.
My inn is open to all who behave themselves.
There is a... There's a novelty to these old games as a result of the fact that they are old games. You will never experience a game like Baldur's Gate 1 in the modern day. You will never find anything close. The closest you have gotten in recent years is Pillars of Eternity, and even then, it is a fundamentally different experience. It's different lore, it's different mechanics, and I always tell people that there's a newness that can be experienced when coming back to the old. We have so many games now that are just so dialed in, they're so polished, they're so just good, that they're almost a detached experience. You almost can't get into them as much. Baldur's Gate 1, I'm playing the game with one hand on the mouse, one hand on a cup of coffee, hanging out with chat, having conversations, and just enjoying the experience. Could the same be said of a modern game like Baldur's Gate 3? Baldur's Gate 3 is constantly bringing me into cutscenes. It's constantly
With caution.
having conversations coming up. It's very hard for me to get into the world in the sense that I'm able to bond with people in the room with me while playing the game. It's possible, of course. Baldur's Gate 3 is an excellent game, but my point is that modern games intercede on your behalf much more than these older games do. I played D&D as a child and teen. I loved fantasy books. I loved the rich and deep story, and how what happened in the books became canon for the tabletop games lore. D&D was a way for me to have my friends, to give me a feeling of support and fraternity, that in the world where I felt impotent and at times dangerous and harmful, D&D was a place where I could be the hero. I would make a difference, that I could do something that could rescue those whom in life I never could. Baldur's Gate was something where, as I said before, I never played with the NPCs because I always had my friends as characters and brought them with me as we saved the world from the true evil that in real life I cannot do. So, there's an idea in psychology. It's been brought up, so it's kind of a cross between theological interpretation and psychological interpretation, which is, what is a dragon myth? What does a dragon represent? And why is it that every culture on the planet has these myths?
You require aid?
And
Servant awaits.
there are some individuals, and again, you know, I'm not necessarily advocating for their perspective, but there are certain individuals that say that the dragon, quote unquote,
None stand
is a
against me.
representation of the trying to choose my words here.
As needed.
The dragon is a representation of the monsters we are dealing with within our own psyche. We talked about this during Halloween 2025 when we were playing some horror games, and what is the most terrifying thing? And I advocate for gothic horror. And the reason that I advocate for gothic horror is because the staple of gothic horror is not showing the monster. Because what is more scary? What I'm being shown on screen, or what I'm imagining within my mind? The dragons that I'm creating within my psyche. And what Harold is speaking to is D&D, tabletop, and these fantasy experiences. They are a way for us to face the dragons within our mind. We can face the dragons within our mind by facing the dragons within fantasy. And I think that medieval persons, ancient peoples, did the same. They used the myth of the dragon as their tabletop games, as their video games. The difference between us and ancient peoples is that now we have the wherewithal to give our fantasies life via the medium of tabletop and video games and books. Ancient people had this wherewithal as well, but they didn't necessarily have the technological capacity, so they did wall paintings, they wrote songs, they made murals, right? And again, this speaks to this idea that I have where it's, we do not change. We do not change as humans in our nature. It is merely the technology and our capacity to represent those emotions and represent those aspects of our nature that change. You know, is the attention span of human beings actually becoming shorter as a result of short form media? Or was it merely that it was within our nature to become addicted to short form media, and now we simply have it available to us? I would argue the latter. It has always been within our nature. Our minds have evolved to be comfort-seeking machines. And now comfort is available in great plenty. So we use it. But our nature has not shifted. All right. Time to face Bacillus. Alrighty. Let's go right here. Save. Oh. Fudge. I did it again, chat! Okay, I think I quick saved after I got... Yes, okay, perfect. Perfectamundo! There we go. Actually, yeah, we'll keep this on in... Actually, no, we'll do that. We'll do that. Okay. Perfect. Quick save saved the day.
For now.
Okay. We're going to avoid the enemies right here, because I do not want to lose health. I do not want to lose health. Oh, also, Harold, if you're still in chat right now, I have mentioned that, I've mentioned the stream anniversary in the plans, so we are officially locked in. You are now playing Halo with me. It is official. The schedule has been posted. Save game. I think our ancestors were also addicted to short-form media. Imagine all the rough fingers and wrecked nails from doom-scrolling, the myriad of memes and paintings painted in cave walls. Horrific. Okay, now. Bacillus is right here. Let's do some setup first. Okay?
You're a queer fellow. I'm gone.
So let's park you right here.
We're all
My turn to
doomed.
save the day.
Going to park the mages in the back line.
Yes, as needed.
And then we're going to take our melee fighters.
Oh, Brother Therm, why not grace our ears with a ripping tale of the old days? Always a delight.
Oh, don't hesitate on my account. Some of the others may not have heard them. Hold your peace then, though I remember a time back at Zental Keep when you would sooner die than be quiet. You would sooner... I'll wait till you feel like telling them yourself. I don't remember the old days so well.
You there. What is the meaning of this?
Who dares interrupt while I speak with my family? I'll have your heads if you were to harm the... No. It can't be. Is that you? Mother? It cannot be otherwise. You haven't changed a bit in all these years.
Yes, son. It certainly has been a long time. How are you doing, my boy?
About as well as can be expected, I guess. It's been a difficult, but I got most of the family back together. Some did not seem to recognize me at first, but I helped them recall.
No matter. I've not seen you since Zental Keep. Thank the gods we all got out safely.
Yes, though it was frightening for a time because I was the only one of us that survived. I thought I was the only one of us that survived. I thought I was the only one who... You lie. You lie! You cannot be my mother, because she died when I left... It
is not I who lies, but you to yourself. It is not too late to make amends for your actions. Return to Baragos with me, and atone for your crimes.
Go to Baragos to atone for my crimes? Is it a crime to wish your family whole? Whatever the method, I had created some measure of peace for myself. Until you came. I will kill you, and my family will help me do it!
What you want?
All right, now,
What is it this time?
what do we have here? What is, that's Chromatic Orb. That's Chaos Shield, Magic Missile.
Again?
So we're going to keep them there, and then...
Life is so hollow.
I'm gonna get you to cast Blindness, and you are simply just going to launch arrows from the back line. That is all you are going to do. Shit.
Nature's servant.
Jahira. Wait, who can respond the fastest?
Can I help you?
Okay, you get in and fight them.
Our quest is vain.
You rang? I'll do it.
Okay, you get back here. You keep lobbing arrows at Bacillus. Now, Milton and Jahira,
Omnipresent
you attack
authority.
Bacillus directly. Oh, this is very tough. I'm one of those skeletons. Yep, that's me. 100%. Put me out of my misery, will ya? Also, hello, Baldur's Gate, my beloved. Nimloth, welcome in, my friend. I hope that you're having a great day. Can't be that mad after all. Being a skeleton has its perks, like not having sore muscles due to the absence of muscle. Your back hurts? How? Right. Alright, let's just bring the whole party in. Alright, now.
Again?
Nature's
Servant awaits.
Okay, let's attack them.
You're a queer fellow.
You need to be attacking Bacillus directly.
We're all
What is it this
doomed.
time? You rang?
What do I want you to cast? The skeletons are immune to sleep, so that's going to be tough. Burning Hands, that is far too indiscriminate of an attack, but maybe I could buff. By means of this spell, the wizard creates a magical field of force that serves as if it were a scale mail armor. It is cumulative with dexterity bonuses to armor class, and in the case of fighter and mages, with the shield bonus, the armor spell does not hinder movement, adds no weight or encumbrance, and doesn't prevent spellcasting. It lasts until successfully dispelled until its duration expires. Ooh, we have ads. Alright, I'm going to be taking an ad break. I have to warm up my coffee, and then we will get back into the fight. While I'm away, could you guys think of some good spells that I could arm that might give me an edge in this fight? I will be right back, my friends. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to collect foreskin for Dagoth Vivek mole-egged his ball. So much so that it made history. They wrote a book about it. The entire sermon is a prolonged allegory about post-nut Claire. No, I can't. I can't do it. Oh, wait. You wanna know the best part about the Hist? Their entire existence is a pun. They're arboreal appearing entities that exist outside of space-time. They see all the timeline, forward and backward. They're Hist trees. God damn it. You want more? You just saw your buddies get killed, man. Did he grabbed my arrow. Guys.
早上好，中国！现在我有冰淇淋，我很喜欢冰淇淋，但是速度与激情9比，冰淇淋速度与激情9，我最喜欢。所以现在是音乐时间，准备1、2、3，2个礼拜以后，速度与激情9 Action 3，不要忘记，不要错，国际的去电影院看速度与激情9，因为非常好，电影动作非常好，差不多一样。冰淇淋再见。
Come at me, scrub lords, I'm ripped. Okay.
Don't listen to the Elder Scrolls lore wiki Nerevar. Gnomes are very real.
Fuck! Very long time, the Vorworms can get on top of you in a pretty big way. Cheers, fellas. They don't want the smoke. Oh my god. Alright, well, let's go, buddy. It's okay, we're fine, it's fine. I am not a sociopath with a long history of violence. Oh, little secret area. Secret tunnel, secret tunnel. Oh, God! Sir, your skin. This is why we tell you to wear sunscreen. SPF 60, minimum. Guy needed SPF 1000 after the trip from Red Mountain. Certainly looks like that. Necro's last words, a guy with a beautiful voice. He makes me melt. Ooh.
Masera.
He ooh. No, we need more. I need more. Chat, I need more cowbell.
Masera.
Lead them to Balmora?
All right, that's enough of that kind of stuff. The mod author knows this is a complete tone shift, but just felt like it was important for you to hear. Let's get back to sex jokes and fantasy racism.
We really do have to play the Dagoth follower mod more. We really do. The official releases come out and it is so good. It's so good. Oh, my coffee is warm again. Yes! I feel the power. All right, now. Okay, so we can throw armor on. Let's see. When the wizard casts the spell, a jet of searing flame shoots from his fingertips. The wizard's hands must be held so as to send forth a fan-like sheet of flames. Also, Foxy, welcome in. Hope you're having a great day. Cell, thank you for checking in. Okay, that's Chaos Shield. 2 feet diameter sphere that appears in the caster's hand. When thrown, the sphere heads unerringly to its target. The effects of this orb upon the target varies with the level of the caster. Each orb will do damage to the target against which there is no save in effect. Okay, so I guess I'll do... Okay. And then... Looks minor drain, blindness, burning hands. All right.
Uh-huh.
So you, if you could... Oh. Where'd all the spells go?
Life is
That's
so
not good. Okay, we'll cast the minor drain then.
What you want?
If you... Okay, we're already flanked right now. So we might just have to have the mages run.
What is it this time?
I guess we'll just do Chaos Shield. Fuck it, whatever. Entanglement is fine. Okay, so why? Let's load our game. Let's memorize the spells prior.
Uh-huh. There's my mage book. Okay, so we do have Chromatic Orb. Yeah, maybe that is okay. Some of the enemies are already attacking me. Alright.
at any cost.
Masera.
Okay. So let's...
You're a queer fellow.
have you guys attack.
I'll do it.
Mages can move up.
Yes?
You can simply attack the skeletons. Okay, let's see. Nice, okay. We're taking some skeletons down. Jahira's in very bad shape, like immediately.
What is it this time?
I need you to cast Chromatic Orb on him. I need you to cast Minor Drain on him.
What you want?
You need to just be attacking...
Cut you down to size.
Shit.
Yes? Yes.
Ooh, wait.
Oh, Brother Therm.
Wait. If you need extra help, I can offer little to almost no spoiler tip about this fight. Go for it. I'm always down. Now, I did notice something I want to play around with.
Yes, at any cost.
You're a queer fellow. This way.
Oh, there.
Again?
It was you attacking me.
Servant awaits.
What you want? This way.
Uh-huh.
We're all
Stand
doomed.
back and watch this.
I feel so cold.
Gotta take these skeletons down before the fight. Nice.
What is the as needed?
If you do the dialogue just right, you will make it easier. If I do the dialogue just right, I will make the fight easier.
You require with caution.
How could I do the dialogue differently? Other than the end, I guess, saying he could atone for his crimes. Okay, so let's have you distance attack.
Yep.
Distance attack.
Only take me to a licensed
Come
cleric.
on.
Yes, as needed.
My blade will cut you down to size.
Let's take down all these skeletons.
Stand
I
against
am a
me.
dead man.
Oh, fuck. Mages are at the front of the formation. Of
We're all
course.
doomed.
I'll do it.
Get in the back, please. Oh, I hate mages. I hate them.
Yes, again as needed.
Hi, Quinn. What? What can I do for you?
Servant awaits.
What can I do for you?
You clearly want on my lap, but I'm gonna put you on my lap, and then you're gonna start being problematic. What? What is it? What?
Masera.
Scourge, welcome in.
What? It's not dinner. You're being moochy like it's dinner time. It's 2 hours too soon.
Right, now... Just have you attack.
You're a queer fellow.
You attack.
We're all
I'll do it.
My blade
Just gonna
will
park
cut
these
you down
guys
to
like
size.
way back here.
What is the plan? You're already dead.
Take them down.
For now.
Is there any more? Any more of you? There it is.
What you want? I've done had enough of this. Oh,
You require aid?
oh. Yep, I've done had enough.
Run, please.
As needed.
Okay.
Oh, my heart's really not in this.
They weren't there. Or are they just spawning in? That's probably what's happening. They're just spawning in randomly. Okay, so these ones are not attackable. So I'm always going to have one in my flank. That is very unfortunate.
Yes? Agreed.
Okay, so we can play this. Since I'm always going to have enemies in my flank, I might as well just
As
do
needed.
the dialogue. I don't think I tried the "you've mistaken me for someone else." Let's try that. Nope. So,
Yes.
not that. Don't call him a mad monster. Don't break his immersion. So zombie foolishness probably wouldn't work, so you do this. Say they're zombies. Disappointed in you, son. Okay, so that causes him to attack.
For now.
Like, he attacks no matter what, but I don't know... I don't know how to make the fight any easier. Yeah, that's immediate. He attacks. Okay.
Yes? For now.
So all of these immediately end the conversation, so I have to use option 3. This ends the conversation, and this ends the conversation. So I have to use option 1. I'm assuming this is the best one.
No. They lived, all of them. I saved them, and they live. I ran. Dead. All dead. It isn't true! It cannot be. You lie. You will die for citing my memory.
All right, so it looks like a bunch of the enemies died. Perfect. Okay, all right. Awesome. Okay.
We're all doomed.
I'll do it.
We need to walk you over here.
You're a queer fellow.
There are some enemies. You need to be attacking. I'm going to take Khalid,
If none of
and I'm going to have him go after the archers.
Nature's servant awaits.
Milton and Jahira.
My blade will cut you down to size.
What is it this time?
Okay, now I need you to use Magic Missile, and I need you to use
So hollow.
that spell.
What you want?
You start attacking. Khalid, you start attacking.
You rang?
Ooh, chromatic orb. That might not be a good idea. You can cast Chaos
Our
Shield,
quest is vain.
and you can cast Blindness.
Yep.
You start attacking him, and Khalid, you keep fighting the archer.
Can I help you?
You start fighting this other skeleton. I don't want to get flanked by rando.
I'll do my best.
Ooh, nice. Milton got a critical. Perfect. Very nice.
Bleed.
Yes?
Do it. Oh, wait. Does Milton not have his sword on? There.
Uh-huh.
Okay, you all attack the skeleton, please.
What is the plan? Think carefully.
I'm back. My internet connection tanked and OBS disconnected, so I restarted long enough to get a save point. Then I ended. How's this going? Nimloth gave me a very good recommendation, and I was able to win the fight. Ooh, very good kit. Very good kit off Bacillus. Alright, now, what is this? Bacillus's holy symbol. Warhammer, we'll keep that. Gauntlets. Okay, so he's got some good gauntlets that we can throw on. We'll give Bacillus's holy symbol over to Khalid. We'll give Khalid some armor. Hand the shield over. Give the jewels over. And Amelia from the Slayer's voice. Victory. Ah, we destroyed one of our swords. I wonder how I can stop destroying my weapons so much. Don't walk on any graveyards, the vorworms will get you. Yep, they will. Ooh, nice. Some two-handed swords. Give you the crossbow. You get the crossbow bolts then. I will take the blade. Give Khalid that. If you can't, any normal weapon can break to the iron. I see. I see. So it's only enchanted weapons that don't break.
I could really use Tenser's floating bandage over here.
As needed.
There's the enemy.
What is it this time?
We're all
You
doomed.
rang. My turn to save the
I
day.
care not.
Yes?
Yes, oh omnipresent authority figure.
No!
Get him!
Again? For now.
But good news is magical weapons are immune to that. Okay, so get magical weapons is what you're saying. Get magical weapons. Alright, so I might need to switch to this Warhammer. Is anyone carrying any gold?
For now.
Because I've yet to find a magical two-handed sword. What would be the real-life equivalent to weapon enchantment? Chemical infusion. Alright. Well, I don't see any gold coming off of them. Do not load your game. Do not do that. Alright. Now. That quest... Bacillus the Murder. Poor young Footy is tragically mad, as everyone else in this dreadful place. He's been watching the foul Bacillus trying to spot his own family amongst the animated corpses, laughing at their antics as he does so. Guilt and innocence are so malleable in this affair. All I know is that I cannot bear to let depravity continue any longer. The evil Bacillus seems to be insane. He believes that the undead that he controls are the living members of his family. He also believes that I am his parent. So that is a quest from Baragost. I forget who I get the quest from, though. That is the problem. So let's head over here. Get the hell out of Dodge. And then try to turn in the quest for the reward. Ooh, very slow. Over encumbered.
What is the plan?
Come on, Khaled,
You
move!
require aid? Think carefully.
We must leave.
At any cost.
Quinn's going to need her medicine. So, Baragost Temple, that's Landron's house. Feldpost Inn. Or wait, no, it's the temple... No, it's not the temple in Baragost, it's the temple near Baragost. That's what it is. Specialty ammo. Incendiary tracer adds fire damage. It's true.
At any cost.
Alright, let's do this. Khaled is moving very slowly. I wonder why. Possibly over encumbered? Let's see. Yep. Yep. Little bit too much weight. We'll sell off some items and juggle things around a little bit.
I can.
Then all
but
will be
try.
well. Come on,
As
there we
needed.
go.
Agreed.
Welcome. The traveling adventurer is never turned away from a house of Lothander.
By the Morning Lord, I see that you have the holy symbol of Bacillus. It must have been difficult to battle and take down such a powerful man. Yours is a service that will not soon be forgotten. It is a pleasure to give you a full reward which you have worked. For which you have worked.
Oh my god, 5,000 gold? Hells to the yeah.
Carefully.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hello, beautiful humans. My child woke up vomiting today, but I have you pulled up on the purple side and the red side. Have a wonderful stream. B, I hope that the boy begins to feel well. I hope. I almost said it like Kratos. Boy. Boy, why did you wake up vomiting?
Perhaps this group needs not quite as much help.
We're rich, bitch!
Yes. Yes. Let's see. Where do I want to go? Questing, questing, questing. My soul is questing. Gurk's cloak. Gurk, a crusty old dwarf in Baragost, has had his supposedly famous cloak stolen from him by a batch of Tesloi in the Cloakwood. After our brief encounter,
Sunny or not,
I have
nice
come to the
enjoy
conclusion
outdoors.
that I'd do almost anything to get rid of him. Rid him of that sour mood. Half-ogres near Baragost. Bjornin, a paladin currently healing from his wounds in Baragost, Jovial Juggler Inn, has asked me to uproot a band of half-ogres. According to his report, they've been fortifying themselves in the mountains, southwest of town. Okay, so...
Agreed.
let's think about this. So, southwest of town... Okay, we have to sell some things. That's first order of business. So let's travel to Baragost. Let's go to the smithy.
For now.
We will sell some items.
With caution.
We will sell some items.
I can make whatever you wish for a wee little bit more than me competition.
And you have an enchanted two-handed sword. It does not appear... maybe. Shadow armor. This is a +3 studded leather armor that melds into the shadows, created for use by the Shadow Masters of Arm. The Shadow Masters are the highest order within the Shadow Thieves hierarchy. That might be some good armor for Imoen. The Army Scythe, the Dagger of Venom. Honestly, it might be best to go to the Friendly Arm. So let's juggle... because Khaled's really the only one that is over-encumbered right now.
For now.
Is he still over-encumbered? He is. Let's... That is a longsword +1. I guess give Jaheira the armor. Okay, perfect. So let's go to the Friendly Arm Inn, because he will take pretty much anything. And there's also a temple that can identify my wares.
As needed.
And I do have 2 enchanted items right now. So it's a good idea to get those identified so I can understand how good those weapons are. I might switch Milton to a Warhammer build. He is two-handed weaponry right now. Two-handed swords in particular. But switching him over, that might be a good idea if the weapon is that much better. Because having to load up his inventory with items, it's not really great. Alright, so let's see. Elander's Gloves of Misplacement. Gauntlets of Fumbling. Elander's Gloves of Misplacement. With mischief in mind, the impetuous Elander set out to craft these cursed gauntlets to best a rival. It turns out his malice got the best of him when he mistook these gloves for another pair. Alright, well, we're getting rid of those. Ashadina, +2. Lady Ashadina was a remarkable strategist who honed her skills against the orc armies in the year of the Black Horde. She met Dirgat Wiltoon, a warrior that wielded this weapon. When he foiled an ambush led by the great orc Varstok, and soon after made him her field captain. After serving at each other's side for the entirety of the war, they fell in love and eventually married. Historians report that Durgat named his warhammer after his bride to remind himself of the love he fought to protect. What Lady Ashtina thought of this is unknown. +2 Thaco electrical damage. Okay. Might be a good idea. Oh, yeah, might be a good idea to... So you can arm the Whistling Sword. That can be your backup weapon. Not sure why, but I find it intriguing that in so many fantasy games we refer to the currency simply as being gold or silver, when in historical times these were used... When these were used as coins, the currencies had actual specific names, like sesterzi, talents, drak, taler, ducats, reales, e ocho, etc. That's why I like the Elder Scrolls. It's not just gold, it's septims. Well, after... Actually, so, Elder Scrolls is interesting, because in Daggerfall, it's gold. In Morrowind, I believe it's referred to as drakes. And then, in Oblivion, finally, it's referred to as septims. It's different in many different entries in the series. But that also makes sense to what Malthus is trying to say, right? In different regions, the currency is called something different. The Dunmer, or the Imperials of Vardenfell, they might not call a piece of gold the same thing as people in the capital of Cyrodiil. They might simply say, this is a drake, after the Dragon Emperor, whereas the people who might know the name of the Emperor, but Morrowind is a recently colonized province. Septim would be a curse to the Dunmer. There you are. Monty, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day, my friend. Hope you are having an excellent day, in fact. Let's go. All right.
Again? For now?
Yes, again.
For now?
And then we can rest. I learned my lesson after the gender swap. I learned my lesson after the gender swap belt. I am not putting anything enchanted on without first inspecting it.
My inn is open to all who behave themselves.
Right, let's sell the two-handed swords. Sell the gloves of misplacement. Could sell the medium shield. Sell all these items. Ooh, we have a +1 long sword, so I think we're going to keep that. In Witcher 3, you have Novigrad crowns, but also orens, and I think there was a third currency, and only crowns can be used directly, and the rest are only usable if you go to a bank and convert them. Yeah. What do the Khajiit use as a local currency and elsewhere? Coughed up hairballs? I don't know, maybe. Maybe. Melicamp the chicken! Alright, we'll figure the chicken out. Okay, so we sold all those. Okay, done. Now, let's see what spells you can learn. Alright, can you learn any of these? Yes, you can. Okay, that saves some room in your inventories. Okay, so Jaheira has that in inventory, and you have these bracers. So let's head back to the temple. Morrowind also has the ancient Dwemer coins to collect, a bygone currency. As far as the spread of the septum is concerned, it seems logical that Morrowind would have a different type of coin. I doubt septums would have circulated much among the Ashland tribes. At least not enough to dominate or render other currencies irrelevant.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
With caution.
You must gather your party before venturing.
I'm trying!
With caution.
I'm doing my best, damn it. And actually, Malthus brings... Okay, so we've actually raised an interesting point. And this is why a well-written RPG... I was kind of mentioning how a well-written RPG mirrors life, and it actually fosters very deep conversations about history and psychology and other concepts. So, we were using the currency in Baldur's Gate as an example. So, within Baldur's Gate, we have gold, simply. Right? This is our currency, we simply have gold. But in a game like Elder Scrolls, you have the currency called many different things in many different provinces. You've got gold in Daggerfall, you've got drakes in Morrowind, you've got septums in Oblivion, and the septum name carried on in Skyrim. But what I find fascinating about this is that it mirrors the experience of real people in real life. So, even today, right? So, we have many different currencies in different countries, right? You've got the dollar, which is the Australian dollar, the US dollar, the Canadian dollar, so on and so forth. You've got pesos, you've got euros, you've got rubles, you've got various different names for a currency. And then in tandem with those currencies, we do have a modern advent, which is crypto. But even within crypto, you have different kinds of currency. You have different coinage within crypto. And what's interesting about crypto is even though it is international, you still have different coinage. You still have different names for those currencies. So, it's interesting that a game like the Elder Scrolls series, games like the Elder Scrolls games, can give us an outlet with which to talk about and to consider these things. And using the lore of the Elder Scrolls, we can have kind of neat conversations using nothing but the coinage. We can have a very interesting conversation based off lore about just money. Just money. right? You look at the Dwarven coins within the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. The Dwarven coinage is a way for us to consider a bygone society within Morrowind. When you look at the fact that in High Rock, a very storied and involved place within the politics of Tamriel, it's simply called gold, which I think was kind of that was a missed opportunity in my mind, but it's interesting nonetheless. And then you have Cyrodiil, the capital seat of the Septim Empire. Currency is called septims. And because the septims are so important in the history of Tamriel, even in a game like Skyrim, where the septim line is long since gone after Martin Septim ended the Oblivion Crisis, it's still called septims in honor of Uriel Septim and Martin Septim. So you can use nothing but money, and you can still have a very nuanced conversation about the lore of a certain game. And to the point that Malthus and Dayhiker are making, when you simply call your currency gold in an RPG, it's kind of, it's not a bad thing, but it almost makes your RPG lacking in a sense, because there's less to talk about. You know, there's less context within the currencies. I wonder if gold in Daggerfall is many coins, but is always traded by weight. That would make septims worthless there, because they're enchanted to be weightless. Yes, the Bretons do like their money. They do like their money.
Is this how you honor the 6th house and the tribe unmourned?
Crows, thank you so much for 5 months. It's much appreciated, my friend. If memory serves, the Dwemer coins in Morrowind are made of silver, which in turn also allows us to draw conclusions or invite speculation about Dwemer society, having silver in rich abundance, but gold much less so, or used for other purposes, etc. Yeah? Well, and that speaks, so Malthus, that speaks to the Roman tendency to dilute gold with different metals, or to use silver and less precious metals when gold was in short supply, right? When gold was used, gold standard, if you will, was used, you could know how well a nation was doing based off of how pure their gold coins were. If your gold coin was less pure and it was used with other golds, or your coinage was transferred to another less precious metal, you can, simply talking using money, you can infer, oh, this society wasn't doing so well. Or, like Malthus said, maybe the society had another use for gold. Maybe they were using it to create idols. Maybe they were polytheist, and it was abhorrent to utilize gold on anything but idols. There's lots of different conversations to be had that are very interesting. So, as a writer, I find it very, very, very interesting, because this is how deep lore can go within a game. You can, just using coinage in your universe, you can use that as a bedrock to create a bunch of lore for your universe. And this is something I invite writers to do, to be very creative and to be very inventive when they're creating characters, when they're creating deep lore of the past or the future of their universe. Take innocuous factors like coinage, the economy, topography. Use these things that are very just mundane, almost, and use that as a bedrock to create nuanced factors for your universe, to make it a little bit more interesting, to give it some weird backstory. During the reign of Henry VIII, he had the gold coin diluted with copper, and the nose of the king's face would wear down leading to his name being Old Coppernose. This is also why people bite gold coins. If it deformed under your bite, it was mixed with lead. Yep. We'll just keep the longbow. Okay, now let's identify. Go to your inventory. No, we need to identify. Bracers, identify. Bracers of archery. The Dale's protector during a dangerous meeting with a rival ruler. The king of the Great Dale requested the protection of his best archers in addition to his usual guard. The archers, each equipped with an enchanted bow and bracers, hid within the range of the gathering. As predicted, enemy troops attempted to seize the king and force their will over his rule, but none had anticipated the amazing accuracy and lethality of the hidden archers. The king was able to escape unharmed. In fact, none of the ambush members even lived to approach him. Mage robe of fire resistance. Okay. Cryptid, welcome in. I love this sort of history. Yeah, no, it's absolutely amazing. I love talking history. I love it. I have a distinct feeling that Henry VIII was also known for something else. Might want to ask one of his wives about it. I would, but, I don't know. Things seem to come to a head during his rule. Hi. It's not dinner yet. Ad break is coming in a minute. Can you wait for the ad break? Do you need to go outside? That's gotta wait for the ad break.
What is the plan?
Alright, now.
You've attacked?
Shahira's inventory, so this can go to you. What is this? It's a traveler's robe. Mage's robe of fire resistance. Sure, whatever. We will rock that.
You require aid?
Feet on the ground, head in the clouds. Henry did have a type in women.
At any cost.
Indeed. The dreamers, if you will.
As needed.
Alright, now we have an enchanted weapon for Milton, so he's no longer going to be breaking things. I might have to change his proficiency, which is fine. And then you've got a short sword now, which is good. Let's figure out half ogres near Baragost. So if I could impose on chat, I would like to know where to find these half ogres. I have been searching for them, which is why I ended up running into Bacillus. Hi. What? What? You're being so needy. Ads are coming up soon. I will take a break. She just keeps putting her head in my hands. I should really finish putting the doors on my new furniture and start unboxing some stuff, but I am tired. Yeah, no, it's... Take a break. Take a break. Yes, those ones, Nimloth. I've never seen a speculative fiction about what would happen if Arthur survived, and it's something else I need. I think the closest that I have ever seen it get is Tainted Grail. I think that's the closest, and it's very fanciful Arthurian legend, but Tainted Grail is probably the closest I've seen. Hi? Do you want up? Me? Are you sore? Like, what's going on?
You're just staring at me. You're like, where's the treats, bitch? Give me my food.
Go to bed.
Sit down, please.
Hey?
What?
I mean Henry VIII's older brother, not oh, I see. Not legendary Arthur. Gotcha. If so, then you need to find the location with a lake and a sunken building. Something southwest of Baragost. Okay. Okay, so we hadn't fully explored this area.
As
and
needed.
that is south... it's kind of southwest of Baragost.
At any cost.
I haven't explored it fully, so let's... This ain't the one? Okay. But hey, let's explore, yes. Oh, good lord.
Think carefully.
I hope not. Hope you don't find the basilisks either. Ooh, God. Or a drunken... The drunken witcher is a possibility. You never know where Geralt is. Oh, hi. What are you? Ogrillion. Right.
Nature's servant awaits.
Yes?
You're a queer fellow.
Our quest is vain.
I'll do it.
Alright, I'll have you just chill out. Oh my god, that weapon. Nice. Oh, the Warhammer's doing good shit.
Bleed. Yes?
Yep, good.
Again, think carefully.
You know what we have to do if we see Geralt, though? We have to toss a coin to our Witcher. Because we are in the Valley of Plenty. Oh, I'm shrimping. I gotta stop shrimping, chat. No shrimping for books. Alright. Huh? Oh, that's a squirrel. Author survives, dies months later from falling off of a horse. King.
The flaming fist.
Some of this voice acting is wild. I serve the flaming fist. Oh, is it the flaming fish? That's a bit of a dichotomy. A flaming fish. Perhaps that's why they're worshipped. They can remain aflame, even in water. Also, question of the day, that's definitely true. I always use Zelda as my example, but my feelings about the older Zeldas have definitely changed over the years. When I was a kid, I was confused by them, and didn't really want to play them. But now, I'm willing to put in the time to understand them, and it's made me love them so much. Even Zelda 1, which even now, I suck at, feels very nostalgic, even though I never played it as a kid. Alright, let's see what the Flaming Fist wants to do. You there! You're under arrest for banditry and highway robbery. We know you're a part of that bandit group who's been terrorizing the coastway. Give yourselves up, or there will be trouble. You've got the wrong guys. We're not part of any bandit gang. Really now? Why should I believe you? Well, because of my warm smile and honest demeanor. If we were bandits, why were we walking out in the open? Come on, just let us go. We're not the people you're looking for. Look, sir, we really don't want any trouble. Like you, we're hunting down bandits in the region. It is true, we are hunting down bandits. That is honest. Alright, we're going to leave this conversation. I do have to let the dogs out. Quinn is looking at me like, come on, let's frickin' go. So, ads are in about 20 seconds, so I'm going to leave you with the clips, and I will see you in about 3 minutes. Again? Really? Right?
It's good, Sigma.
Can you sing? He wants the bran flakes. I know, he can't resist. They have corn and bran. He needs fiber. It's to wash down the human. Little known fact, humans do not have a lot of fiber. That was work. Oh, okay, I'm not talking to you anymore.
Not my fault!
Chat, say hello to Mrs. Books.
These fuck-ass Nords Nerevar, they're injecting the kids with skooma to change their natural Dunmer skin color. Are you telling me someone willingly slept with Amron? That motherfucker has been trying to find his rusty iron sword since the Second Era.
I know exactly what voice you want me to read it in as well. I know exactly what voice you want me to go for. Okay, let me pull it up.
Shotgun-chan, desune.
Oh, it's terrible. Okay, I think we got it. As long as I don't get gang-banged by the cultists again, I think we'll be okay. No. Why are they humming at me? They're whistling in my ear! This is pretty. I'm gonna stand up here. Hopefully I don't get mobbed.
What can I do for you?
Lord Farquaad, is that you? I should have played an orc. Just name myself Shrek.
Can I use it?
Let's try that redhead wig.
Rumpelstiltskin. Now excuse me while I enjoy my high tea. Tastes like aristocracy.
Again? Really? Right?
It's good, Sigma.
Can you sing? He wants the bran flakes. I know, he can't resist. They have corn and bran. He needs fiber. It's to wash down the human. Little known fact, humans do not have a lot of fiber. That was work. Oh. Thank you. Oh, God. My microphone came out of its thing. Oh, dear. Okay. We're good. Chat, it's fine. We're fine. Sorry, I had to shovel some snow so my dogs could actually get to where they do their business. Hey, Quinn, do you feel better? Do you feel better? Can you say hi to chat? Say hi. Say hi. Say hi to chat. Louder. Can you bark? Bark. Come on, bark. There you go. There you go. You're a queer fellow. Welcome back. Dev, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Hope everybody in chat is having a good day. All right. So... Look, sir, we really don't want any trouble. Like you, we're hunting down bandits in the region. So, you're hunting the bandits. Well, who hired you to take on the bandits? Or are you doing it out of the goodness of your heart? No one hired us. We're adventurers who are just trying to help out the people of the Salt Coast. A noble hired us to avenge the death of his brother. Perhaps you could tell us about this noble who hired you. Oh God, do I remember? Lord Dulcid of Nashkel. I don't know any of the lords of Nashkel, so I'll have to take your word for it. You're free to go. They serve the flaming fist. I have so much fun doing voiceover in this game. Oh my God. I have so much fun. I love it. Alright, let's map out the rest of this area. And then... South-southwest. I have to figure out where these ogres are. So they're near a lake. A sunken fortress in the middle of a lake. I don't know, that's looking a lot like a sunken fortress in the middle of a lake. Yeah, that's looking a lot like it. I know Nimloth said no, but it sounds a lot like what was described. So let's see here.
Certainly I shall collapse from exhaustion before I fall.
Alright, we'll give you a rest in a moment.
Casting spells isn't as easy as I make it look. I'm tired.
Yes, oh, omnipresent
What you want?
authority figure.
You're already dead.
Alright, let's go.
No!
Whew!
What is the plan?
That hurts.
No!
Nice.
You require a
Right.
caution.
What do you have? You better have some gold. Ooh, okay. I'll take some jewelry. I will take some jewelry. Kala took some bad hits in that fight. Well, kind of, but not exact. We need to analyze this more properly. Alright. The new hammer is doing work, could even hammer a nail in one fell swoop. Depends on the wielder. Milton? Probably. Me? Maybe not.
Yeah, mate.
Keep low and quiet. Can you smell it? Ogres on the breeze. 2, maybe more. You seem to know this area pretty well. Do you have any clues about the Iron Crisis? Ooh. I could use another talented hunter in the party. What do you say? Bob Snick. Bub Snicked. Bub Snicked, okay. You seem pretty good at what you do. You could say that. Ain't pretty, though. Forward march!
You have
You've
need
a
of me?
task?
Alright, let's do this. Okay, take them down.
What is it this? I'll do it.
You two chill out. We're getting a lot of negative modifiers to combat right now because we need to rest. Oh my god, that... Oh my god, the hammer.
I, the hammer of Thor.
You rang?
I care not.
I'll need a healer as soon as possible.
Whew.
Yes, yes.
Oh my god, that damage is foul. Alright, now... take that. I'm not even ooh.
Again, as needed.
Uh-huh.
Life
Stand
is
back
so
and
hollow.
watch this.
Nice.
Bleed.
Excellent. Okay, we got a quick save successful. Let's rest.
What is the thing?
Party is not
carefully.
scattered.
You require aid?
What is it this time?
You're clear, fellow.
Think
Vain.
carefully.
Nature's as good as done.
Come on. Mega Gunwolf, welcome to chat, my friend. Welcome to the game library. I hope that you're having a good day. Question of the day is at top of chat, if you wish. But otherwise, welcome in. What brings you in? I'm assuming you are a fan of some Baldur's Gate. But who knows, maybe you came in with a raid, or you just saw me as a random creator on the reel. I always like to ask. Okay, so got some arrows. Let's do a little bit of resting. What? Oh, shit.
My blade will cut you down to size.
I fear I need healing.
Oh, that was a bad hit.
I not survive.
Again for now.
No, he's going to lure us.
Do you want to tell me a story about
Okay,
trollops and
Moen, if you
buzzkills?
could just take him down nice and quick, that would be ideal. Come on, one hit, that's all you need.
Ah, for now.
Just wait for him to come back. Just enjoying a drink, and yeah, you showed up on my recommendation. Well, I'm so glad I did. Thank you so much for tuning in. And what you drinking? What you drinking? I've got coffee right now. I love me some coffee. It is my favorite beverage in the world. Ooh, some Heineken, alright. I'm not much of a beer guy. I'm really not much of a beer guy. I've tried many, many times in my life. And I just...
I think much clearer.
I just can't do it. I just can't do it.
Might we stop?
I'm the same with wine, though. The only alcoholic beverage I like is spirits. I'm a Scotch guy. And even then, it's very rare. I like an ale, not so much a lager or a pilsner. When I do have wine, I prefer like a red wine. I guess it depends what I'm having it with, because wines do pair well with food, but beer and whiskey are my go. Okay, so I can hang with the whiskey. I do like a good whiskey. I like Scotch, I like rye, I like bourbon. A good brandy. I do like a good brandy. Or cognac, if you're French. A lot of people don't know this, but a brandy is actually just cognac that is made outside of Cognac, France. It's like champagne, right? It can only be called champagne if it's made in Champagne, France.
Yes, oh omnipresent authority figure.
Alright, you can attack.
We're all doomed.
So, Gunwolf,
You rang?
are you a fan of Baldur's Gate? And if so, I always like to ask, what about the game do you love? What is it about the game that keeps you coming back to enjoy it every time?
Life is so hollow.
Uh-huh.
Alright, and then I guess we'll do... Oh!
That was nasty.
What is it this time?
Oh my god. Okay, let's do some traumatic orb action. Let's fucking go. Nice. Milton the Everlast doing work with his great hammer. Oh yeah, I'm switching to the hammer. 110%. So good.
Yes.
Ah, alright.
You've a task?
Good on you if you saved the day.
You rang?
quest
My
is
turn to save the
vain.
day.
Ooh. I'm not a player, but I enjoy watching the game. The storytelling is very intriguing. Well, since you're new to the community, I might as well tell you.
Again?
In my community, we do what I call giving a voice to the voiceless games. And that means that I do voiceover in the game. So, any part of the game that is not voiced, because this game is partially voiced, any part of the game that is not voiced, I add the voice acting. I am an aspiring voice actor. I'm not a professional by any means, but
Think
there we
carefully.
go. I think it is a way that I can add interest to these older games that a lot of people, they don't give it the time of day because it's old. Okay, so let's gather. And you, make sure you have enough arrows. We will save our game. Okay, so we have pretty much fully mapped out the area. We've just got a little bit down here, which is now done. And now let's make our way. The opposite for me. I cannot find a modern history interesting, but the medieval stuff is my jam, although my real passion is paleontology. Perhaps I was put off by my first medieval lecturer being a condescending, arrogant person. I don't know, that might have influenced my decision ever so slightly. I feel like I have missed context. Well, aside from the fact that a single individual cannot retain everything or learn all about every era and country in history, I found myself partially interested in certain fields at university. I first fancied Republican Rome, but learning Greek I wasn't keen on doing, and neither on brushing up on my Latin, so I went into modern age, early modern age. Medieval ages didn't even compete in my interest. For me, I completely agree with Malthus on language being a limiting factor, and this is something that I learned as a historian, which is, even if the history is in your language, even 100 years removed, it is so different. It is so profoundly different, the way in which people speak. The grammar, the slang. I would like you guys to think about this. Imagine the language that we are using to communicate today. And imagine someone 500 years removed trying to interpret what we say. If you guys are like, yeah, so let's meet at 12 and, you know, we'll just have some beers. And I say, okay, bet. What do you think 500 years removed, what do you think someone's going to believe I mean? Because the word bet doesn't mean anything outside of the context that we've given it. We, in the modern era, use a lot of contextual language. Words that don't literally mean what we mean them to, but due to the context, we can communicate with them. And if someone was 500 years in the past or 500 years in the future, I think that the language we use today, very difficult to interpret. The same is true for us looking back 500 years into the past from now. And yet Shakespeare is still incredibly popular because of the fundamental themes in his plays. They resonate. I feel like a lot of these older games that a lot of us played as kids and whatnot, the deeper meaning gets lost. So going back and playing older games as a more matured adult, I can enjoy the storytelling to a better degree. I agree with this, and that is what inspired the question of the day at the top of chat. That is what inspired the question of the day, because I feel that gamers get stuck in this lamentatious mourning that we call nostalgia, and this idea that we have that every time I go back to a game that I loved as a child, it has to feel the exact same. I have to have that feeling, that butterflies I got the first time I played that game. I would argue that what Gunwolf just said is true. Having the appreciation that the changed person you are today has allows you to enjoy the games in different ways, right? You're not getting the same feeling, but you can have a different feeling. You can have a different feeling, and that's just as good. That is just as good. And even if you don't like the game, the experience is still worthwhile. The experience is still worthwhile. A submerged house. You have no idea how long it has been deserted. Alright, well, I guess we'll head out.
A new hand touches the beacon.
Thank you very much, Gunwolf. I appreciate it. Welcome officially to the game library, my friend. Enjoy the emotes, and I hope that you've been enjoying your stay. Not gonna lie, I would love if Cicero had written about the Cotillion conspiracy in the likes of, oh, these homies better skedaddle, 'cause they are cooked, bruh. Mark Antony thought his Riz could conquer Rome. I say nay. He rizzed Cleopatra much the same way that bruv Caesar did. I don't speak Gen Z, I'm sorry. Just say a bunch of Gen Z stuff and I'll just read it as an old head, and you guys can just laugh at me. It's fine. Okay, there's a big lake. It's gotta be this. It's gotta be this.
Carefully.
I believe this is where we met with Drizzt. Okay, so we have a house here. Who is this? Chilan.
Hello, pal.
A hearty welcome to you. Come to test your mettle against the denizens of the waters, have you? A fine profession it is, and I've not enjoyed myself so in ages, simply ages.
You stay by the water in case the villagers come at you with torches, don't you? Pardon me for noticing, but you seem a touch... Oh, how shall I put this? A touch loony.
You are entitled to your interpretation, though I prefer to think of myself as optimistic. I've been put out of work because of the iron shortage too. Blah, 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 and all that rot. I've simply chosen to not let it get me down. So I'm out of the mine. So what? I'll fish for food and look decidedly less pale at the end of the day because I got some sun for a change. Now, if you don't mind, I've got some singing to do.
All right, not there. Mark Antony was going all 69 on old Cleo, but all the while Octavian was playing Hearts of Iron, BC. Ooh, all right. Skeletons.
What is the plan?
Okay, you fight one solo.
Nature's servant.
Yes.
Oh, wait.
Back home, Puff Guts would always tell me a story.
Uh-huh.
For the fallen!
Nice.
You must gather your party.
Easy peasy,
You
lemon
require
squeezy.
aid? Agreed.
Southwest of Baragost. Not there. Knoll Stronghold. Okay, we've got that. But it's got to be closer, so maybe here.
You have been waylaid by enemies and must defend yourself.
Yes?
Yes, O omnipresent
A
authority.
half ogre.
you want?
Uninjured.
What is it this
We're
time?
all doomed.
Keep the
Stand
mages back.
And watch this.
Damn. Again, as needed.
Nice. Keep going. Okay. No, so this is where we fought Bacillus, right here. There was a bit of a lake, but nothing crazy. Okay, guys, I've got to take a bio break. I know we just did an ads break, but I do have to take a bio break. So I'm gonna leave you with the clips, and then, yeah, if some of you guys could give me some recs on where I should be searching, that would be ideal. I will see you guys in a little bit. Just make sure I got the right reels on. Okay, we'll see you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to collect foreskin for Dagoth Ur. Vivek mole-egged his ball. So much so that it made history. They wrote a book about it. The entire sermon is a prolonged allegory about post-nut Claire. No, I can't. I can't do it. Oh, wait. You wanna know the best part about the Hist? Their entire existence is a pun. They're arboreal appearing entities that exist outside of space-time. They see all the timeline, forward and backward. They're Hist trees. God damn it. You want more? You just saw your buddies get killed, man. Did he grabbed my arrow. Guys.
早上好，中国！现在我有冰淇淋，我很喜欢冰淇淋，但是《速度与激情9》比冰淇淋《速度与激情》《速度与激情9》我最喜欢。所以现在是音乐时间，准备1、2、3。2个礼拜以后，《速度与激情9 Action 3》，不要忘记，不要错，国际的去电影院看《速度与激情9》，因为非常好，电影动作非常好，差不多一样。冰淇淋再见。
Come at me, scrub lords, I'm ripped. Okay.
Don't listen to the Elder Scrolls lore wiki Nerevar. Gnomes are very real.
Fuck! Very long time, the boarworms can get on top of you in a pretty big way. Cheers, fellas. They don't want the smoke. Oh my god. Alright, well, let's go, buddy. It's okay, we're fine, it's fine. I am not a sociopath with a long history of violence. Oh, little secret area. Secret tunnel, secret tunnel. Oh god! Sir, your skin. This is why we tell you to wear sunscreen. SPF 60, minimum. Guy needed SPF 1000 after the trip from Red Mountain. Certainly looks like that. Necro's last words, a guy with a beautiful voice. He makes me melt. Ooh woo. He lit. Ooh woo. No, we need more. I need more. Chat, I need more cowbell. Lead them to Balmora?
All right, that's enough of that kind of stuff. The mod author knows this is a complete tone shift, but just felt like it was important for you to hear. Let's get back to sex jokes and fantasy racism.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to collect foreskin for Dagoth Vivek mole-egged his ball. So much so that it made history. They wrote a book about it. The entire sermon is a prolonged allegory about post-nut Claire. No, I can't. I can't do it. Oh, wait. You wanna know the best part about the Hist? Their entire existence is a pun. They're arboreal appearing entities that exist outside of space-time. They see all the timeline, forward and backward. They're Hist trees. God damn it. You want more? You just saw your buddies get killed, man. Did he grabbed my arrow. Guys.
早上好，中国，现在我有冰淇淋，我很喜欢冰淇淋，但是速度预计清酒比冰淇淋速。
I realized I forgot to turn my mic off. So, sorry if you heard Quinn during the ad break. Alright, now.
Perhaps this group needs not quite as much help as I thought.
For now.
Let's see. Brainrod, welcome in Lurking Without Audio. When Caesar faced his assassins, alla acta est, but his dice rolled a critical failure. RNG took yet another victim, and the GM was nowhere to be found. We didn't hear me piss, it's fine, alright? I don't know there's a niche for that, so... Oh, God. Okay, where am I going? Let's see. Let's go this way.
Good on you if you save the day.
You discover new areas whenever you go in each of these directions. That's a trick I believe I learned through Nimloth. So I'm going to try... It's the internet. Unfortunately, there's a niche for everything. Yeah, it's true. It is true. Okay, so nothing going that way. Let's see. Let's try this.
Think carefully.
Hopefully we don't encounter any enemies. I want to keep the map view just to make sure. Because if we do encounter enemies, they do show as red dots. But we recently cleared this area, so I think we should be okay. And then once we're in the green square, we should be able to tune back in. Nothing. Sea Watcher. Okay. So that's a new area. Let's go north.
Yes.
Let's go north. Because that was a new area, so I'm wondering what we can find now. Southwest of Baragost. Okay, nothing new from that. Southwest of Baragost.
As needed.
Or maybe it means it literally. If it means it literally, then perhaps from Baragost I go south, and then I go southwest. Perhaps that's what it means? Yeah, no new areas from that. Believe this is the area where I met the nymph. So nothing new here.
Yes.
Now, these areas, they are not southwest. Southwest of Baragost. It looks like this.
Think carefully.
Nothing there.
With caution.
This is just going to be the Ocaster School. Yep. That's Seawater. I feel like it would be closer to Baragost than this. Because if it was down this low, you could use Nashkel. You could use Nashkel as a point of reference. And they're not doing that.
Agreed.
Okay, so there's Baragost.
Certainly I shall collapse from exhaustion before I fall on the battlefield.
It's kind of what I'm thinking, Crows. No, I didn't go north in this area.
Casting spells isn't as easy as I make it look. I'm
Or
tired.
no, I did, yeah, because this is where I fought Bacillus. Uproot a band of half-ogres. According to his report, they have been fortifying themselves in the mountains, southwest of town. The mountains southwest of town.
Agreed.
The mountainous region southwest of town. So these are forests. This is a mountainous region. Because it does tell you the topography. But yeah, east, west. It sounds like it's near the city. That's exactly how it sounds, yes. Let's try north. I don't know. I feel like I've gone north already, but let's give north a shot. I don't want to write it off and then miss the area. Can I help you? You've got an hour. You've got an hour before dinner. Chat, you've created a monster. She's now begging for treats. What? Hello?
You've
You
attacked.
have need of me?
You
Life
rang? I'll do
is
it.
so
Yep.
hollow.
Perhaps this group needs not quite as much help as I thought.
That was just a little wolf, I think. A wild sleep schedule adherence appears. Malthus uses attack. Just 5 more minutes. It's not effective. His stamina drops to 0. He falls to the ground, where he finished off by a baby cliff racer. That's it for me tonight, across the Atlantic. Good night, folk. And remember to read the modernized Cicero, fresh, MT Sid. My friends, please give a good night to our good friend Malthus. I haven't seen Malthus in quite a while. Again, lives across the pond, and it's quite late most of the time when I stream. So anytime that we get to see Malthus is a good time. My friend, thank you for tuning in. I hope that you have been well. I hope life has been good, and we will see you on the next one.
This way.
What is the plan? As needed.
Nope, that didn't give me anything. Not a damn thing. A book? A book! Is it me? Am I the book? Chat, am I a book? Audie, what are you trying to tell me? How can you play a book? You see, there's these lovely things called video games. And they have something, this might rattle you, called story. It's called story. So, if you play a video game, you might inadvertently be playing a book. And that's the beauty, Audie. You don't have to read. The book does something called voice acting. So all you have to do is listen. Now, I realize, in addition to not being able to read, you can't hear, which is very unfortunate. It's tough, I know, but for everyone else, this is just lit. It's incredible. You can play a good book. You can play a good book. In fact, there are some actual books that have been turned into video games for this very reason. Just look at The Witcher. I can't see or hear or read anything. Audie has a very hard life, chat. It's difficult being right all the time. 20 streams. Oh my. Audie! That is incredible. Thank you so much. Chat, if you guys don't know, Audible PT and I will be streaming on the 24th of January together. So it's going to get weird in a good way. We're playing Sanctum 2, a first-person tower defense game, and Battle Block Theater, which looks absolutely hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Now, in addition to Audie streaming on Twitch, Audie is also a very active creator on YouTube. Something that I am trying to start doing, and Audie has been integral in basically making me not suck at making videos. Audie's been giving me a wealth of knowledge and a lot of advice. So, drop a follow. Drop a follow, head over to YouTube side, drop a subscription, and it's completely... All these options I'm asking, they're all free. They're all free. What would you say, Audie? What would you say? The Australian Open tennis gets going. None of you will see me. That's fine. You're going to be covering the Open, so... As long as I know you're having a good time. Shit, where do I go? Fuck it, I'm going here. Fuck it. Fuck it!
At any cost.
Someone's leveled up.
If at first I don't succeed, the wife won't let me forget.
I feel that, Khaled. That is felt. Okay, Khaled is leveling up. We have no proficiencies. Okay. Why do you even show me? I show you how to make a thumbnail and identify aspects of your content that is relatable, so the general public is what I would legitimately say. But you make all the content. That's true, but okay. This is where I think that community becomes very important. Because there are often times as individuals where we don't recognize the merit that we bring to the table as either a creative force or just, I don't know, just as a person. And it is individuals within our lives and our circle that give us advice and tell us, they give us insight. Maybe not a list of what to do, but insights that allow you to find the answer for yourself. I often find that I know what I need to do. I know what I need to do, but I need permission to essentially execute what I intuit is the right choice. And that advice is actually very important. The burning one, 354 on YouTube side. Welcome to chat, my friend. I hope that you're having a good day. I've tried reading voices. I don't think I'm very good at it. What are you trying to get into voiceover, or what is it you're trying to do? I know that a lot of people during tabletop, they don't necessarily voice act, but they're just trying to bring life to things, but I know that I myself am an aspirant voice actor, so I try to do a little bit more than just add a little vivacity to the game. I try to actually, act things out as much as I can, and it's hard. It's very difficult. The thing that I'm struggling with the most at the moment, it's not necessarily having a good voice per se. It is simply trying to reflect emotion and not cringe. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard for me to, if I have to get very sad or if I have to get angry, right? Emotions that I don't know, I try to regulate normally. There are emotions you try to tamp down. In these situations, it's very hard to release. And that is what actors are very good at. They're good at unleashing their emotions. And I think this is something that is underrated in a lot of voiceover. A lot of people say, you have a great voice. You have an amazing voice. And I'm not saying this about me, I'm saying this just in general. If you go to someone and say, you should be in voiceover, then they have to do more than just have a good voice. They have to be able to act. They have to be able to unleash their emotions and allow themselves to feel these very uncomfortable feelings. Well, it's mostly just because reading everything in the same voice makes it sound bland. So this is where something called lab-in efforts comes into play. So a lab-in effort is something that, here, let me just go into the screen here. So we have some background noise. So a lab-in effort is something that voice actors use that allows their normal voice to have a lot of different natures to it, right? So, inflections, it's the way you place the breath. It is the emphasis on syllables that you add. All of this is categorized under Laban efforts. So you could be breathy, you could be sharp, you could be sluggish, and it's the pressure at which you push the air and everything, right? So this is my normal speaking voice, but if I speak a little bit more slowly and I use my regular speaking voice, this is a different inflection. It's slightly slower and more pensive, and I haven't done anything to change my voice. But I could also speak a little bit more sharply and a little bit more frantically, and if I do something like this, then I could be considered a little bit more unstable and a little bit more frantic, you know what I'm saying? So I have not changed my voice at all, but in taking on the nature, in taking on the different Laban effort that I'm using to speak, I naturally just inflect differently, and maybe there's a little bit of accent that gets added because of the pace at which I'm speaking, or the way that I'm pushing air, and that is a way that you can just take your normal voice and just make yourself a little bit different, and a little bit more interesting to listen to. And if you're simply narrating a book, if you're just reading, these pauses, right? Punctuation is very important. I do a lot of narration in a lot of the games that I play as I give a voice to the voiceless games. And punctuation is there for a reason. This is something that a lot of people don't understand when they're doing a read. A period is a pause. A comma is a shorter pause, right? There's durations that you can add to different forms of punctuation. A semicolon, a dash, a comma, a period, a question mark, an exclamation point. These are all indications on Laban efforts that you are going to be using within the text to inflect. Neil Newbin, Asterion in Baldur's Gate 3, made it very clear he doesn't see a difference between screen and voice actors. That is, it is the same skill set, but people don't often appreciate or understand that it is the same skill set. If you watch a voice actor in the booth, they're acting. If you watch a voice actor in the booth, they are acting. Neil Newbin is completely correct in that sense. You're simply just not on screen, but you have to inflect. It's almost harder to voice act, actually, because nobody sees what you're doing. You are having to inflect the emotion more intensely in order to reflect the role through an animation. It is objectively harder to do than screen acting, actually. It is very, very hard to voice act because you can't see what my face is doing. You can't see what my body is. You know, I could be having one of the most, emotional soliloquies ever, and you can't see the grimaces on my face. You can't see the sadness. You can't make eye contact, right? So this is something that is a difference between voice acting and stage acting. And this is something that a lot of people don't realize. The eyes. These are the windows to the soul. There is so much information that you can attain just by looking into someone's eyes. You don't get that when you are a voice actor. Nobody sees the meaning. So you have to relay the meaning vocally. It is so much harder to do because you're losing tools. you're losing tools, and you just have to pray to God the animator is going to reflect the emotionality that you are trying to relay as you act this out. As someone who has done stage acting, it is definitely a different skill set, but not in terms of ability to act, but an ability to have your voice carry the entire act. VA is objectively harder. I agree. I do agree. But in terms of the acting, yes, it is the same. It is the same. That is why, as someone who is trying to get into voice acting, I'm constantly watching voice actors in the booth. I specifically try to find content that shows them acting in the booth. Shit, I need to back you off. Nice. Shit. Ah, damn it. The VAs that don't have mocap must be a whole extra level. Yeah.
Yes?
This is an autosave. Oh, okay, so this was after level up. Have you been trying the lipstick trick? What are you referring to with the lipstick trick? I'm not actually sure what you're referring to. I'm also impressed with more traditional actors who can take that jump to voice acting. Okay. This is a bit of a controversy, actually. So...
Again, agreed.
There have been many actors that, for one reason or another, have made a jump from screen acting or stage acting to voiceover. And there's a bit of a controversy that put on a coat of lipstick when you do reading. It's an old industry secret. Put on lipstick when I do. What is the reason? What is the reason? So, yeah, it's a bit of a controversy because voice acting is, it's a different field.
I'll do it.
And there are a lot of voice actors that, you know, it's kind of the old, oh, they're stealing our jobs kind of situation where those actors, you know, who have devoted their life to, oh shit, fucking Jaheira. Jaheira!
Yes.
I must have been under-rested or something. Okay, let's try and give them a rest. It might be to put you in a different mindset, that would be my guess, but... J.K. Simmons, Christian Bale, yeah, but, you know, for example, right, Neil Newbun, who is a fantastic actor and he has voice acted Asterion, he has struggled to make a go of it as a screen actor, and by the way, many voice actors have tried they've tried to get into stage acting, and they have not been given their chance. So they go into voiceover as a way to pay the bills. So again, the craft of acting is the same, but when you've got an established voice actor like Christian Bale, Mark Hamill, and that sort of thing, I'm not taking away from the fact that they're great actors, but there's kind of a situation where, you know, it's like, you know, you've had your success with stagecraft or screen acting, and... you know, people in voiceover kind of, they might feel a little bit robbed when you come into their space.
I'm gone.
Bear's going for the weakling. Get some hits, get some hits. Come on, come on. Some kind of technical stuff about the way it makes VAs enunciate clearer and more sharply. I don't know the specific. Well, yeah, okay, I can see that because there's a texture, like. I used to be goth. I used to wear makeup. Okay, I used to wear makeup. I used to wear the eyeliner. I used to, black lipstick. Everything. And I guess I don't know. Like maybe there's a different feeling, but. It's probably a psychosomatic effect, right? It's just, you feel like it should be doing something, so it does. Not that it is actually objectively doing something, you know what I mean? It must be like a mental thing. Lipstick doesn't make me talk different at all. So, okay. If you want some if you guys want some vocal exercises, there are some very good vocal exercises that do actually help. So one of the things that a lot of actors need to do before they do any acting is do some vocal warm-ups, right? So take the tension out of the neck and the jaw and the tongue. The tongue is one muscle in the body that people oftentimes don't realize they're not using optimally. Most of your consonants are provided by the tongue, the teeth, and the lips. So, ka, da, g. Consonants that you need to be using in speech to speak clearly. So, and accents are a different thing, right? So if I'm speaking as a North American, I might say, if I'm saying for, I would say fur, right? I would just slur it. Whereas if I'm speaking more proper English, I might say for. And there's almost like a kind of a for. Right? Fur. Like I'm not carrying through the movement. And this is what North Americans do, right? We don't carry through, we don't follow through on the facial movement for what we are saying. So it slurs. So if I for, it's the same movement, but I'm just stopping. I'm abruptly just stopping the movement. So the objective way to get everything, 4 and 4 have different pronunciations in the UK in RP. Well, an RP is the hardest accent for that reason, right? So, and again, the British do this too. Accent instead of accent, right? If you're carrying through every consonant, it does change the way things sound. So, RP is one of the harder accents to speak through. And unlearning what you have learned, that is very hard. That is very hard indeed. Also, in North American speech, there's a hard R, right? Hard. Right? So, if I'm speaking English, if I'm American, it would be like water's a good example of this, right? Water, 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 right? Similar, but different. 4 and 4 have different pronunciations, yeah. Yeah, water versus Walter. But I 100% get what you're saying about actors being parachuted into VA roles, yeah. You're actively thinking about it being there, the texture and lying on your lips. And so it subtly draws more of your mental focus to your mouth, which is entirely psychosomatic, yep. Well, and this is the thing, right? So there are vocal exercises that can make you more conscious of these muscles and this area. Because as you voice act, as you read script, you can't be focused on this. So you have to you have to ingrain a certain automatic nature to these things, right? So, a great way that you can just immediately get some mastery over these muscles is by removing the use of them. So, a great vocal coach gave me the advice of singing Happy Birthday while holding your tongue. If you want your tongue to be just more usable within your speech. So, literally just... That's like this. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Martin. Happy birthday to you. And just going through some phrases like that, and all of a sudden your brain is going to attend to your tongue subconsciously a little bit more. A good way to master the use of the lips is to write down on your knuckle, and it's going to force you to use other aspects of your face in order to pronounce your words. And then when you remove this block, it is going to inadvertently have you utilizing these muscles more efficiently. There's also tongue twisters. Peter Piper picked a pail of pickled peppers. New York, unique, New York. She sells seashells by the seashore. Can I roll my R's? Yeah. Right? Just just that quick oscillation of the tongue, right? Because there are some accents that use that. I'm so good at, yeah, and the ones I really have a hard time with, Badaga Padaga, Bodago Podago, Bidigi Pidigi, Budugu Pudugu, Bedige Pedige. You have no idea how much I've practiced those. Badaga Padaga, Bodago Podago, Bidigi Pidigi, Budugu Pudugu, Bedige Pedige. Doing stuff like that. But then there's another one, I haven't quite memorized them, so I'm not even going to attempt them, but it's like Vovozo, Bovozo, something like that. It's a different, so it's the vuz. It's the vuz and the zuz. Vuz and zuz, right? Whereas bada, badaga, ba-da-ga, right? It's different consonants that are being emphasized with the tongue twister. She sells seashells by the seashore. Sa, sa, sa. Peter Piper picked a pail of pickled peppers. Pa, pa, pa. New York, unique, New York. Ka, ka, ka. These are things that, as you just use the tongue twister, you're naturally just going to exercise your facial muscles more and more and more. But then there's another aspect to this. Relax. Do yoga. Breath work. Yawn. Because you have no idea how much tension you hold in your jaw and your neck. By removing this tension. So, a lot of people... Oh, you got auto-modded? Oh, you got auto-modded for redneck. Sorry, I don't have any mods in. Well, actually Dev is here, but Dev only just popped in. The southern accent where most of my family is redneck, so my accent works against me. For example, I have trouble with certain words with R's or L's. You can unlearn this. You can, right? A lot of these exercises that I've spoken about, I'm kind of a weird one, right? Because I have what I call the Omni accent. Audie, I believe, also told me that I have the Omni accent. But I've spent so much of my life living all over North America that I don't have an accent that really takes on one region or the other, because I've been all over the place. I've been to Eastern Canada. I've been to the Midwestern United States and the Southern United States. I've been to the Pacific Northwest. I've been to Midwestern Canada. So I have an accent. People listen to me speak and they're like, I'm not sure where you're from. I also have a stutter when I talk about things, and I second guess what I say mid-sentence and end up stuttering. The tongue twisters will help with that. The tongue twisters will help with that, because through practicing the tongue twister, you're going to remove a lot of the interruptions that there's something called the mind-body connection, okay? And the mind-body connection is essentially the speed at which your brain can command your body. And this includes your speech. So, when I do something like badaga padaga bodago pudugo bidigi pidigi budugo pudugo bedige pedige, I have to practice that slow. Badaga padaga bodogo podogo bidigi pidigi bedege pedege. I have to work my way through that slow and then up my speed. And then your body gets to the point where your mind-body connection is just tight and you're able to just speak and you don't have to hesitate. This is another reason I also promote being thoughtful when you speak. If you're trying to get rid of filler words, just noise as you speak. Pause. In the moment where you're going to say just stop. I am thinking that I want to say this thing, and I'm not sure how to reflect this idea concisely, so I'm just taking a bit of time in order to structure my thoughts. And I'm wanting to say something, but I don't know how to I don't know how to say what I'm trying to say, so I'm taking a moment to structure my thoughts. You get the feeling, the difference in that? There's more credibility when you just don't say the thing. When you just pause and just take a moment. People will be like, okay. Now don't take too long of a pause, because people will be like, okay, but pause whenever you're going to use a filler word. Whenever you use filler words, it does detract from some of the credibility of what you're trying to say. I struggled with this when I started streaming, by the way. Streaming has made me much, much better at this. Much, much better at this. An American accent without any discernible region. 9 out of 10 times a Canadian. Though I think you're a different Yeah. It also happens if I'm reading something like a piece of lore in a game. I still stutter. I've had this issue ever since maybe early elementary school. Yeah, so try some tongue twisters, Monty. Try some tongue twisters, I really think. So the voiceover section of the Discord, head over to the voiceover section, and there are a lot of great content creators. I've posted their videos. A lot of great tongue twisters that you can use. I can also make some videos for you if you would like. It's hard for me to stop myself from stuttering, but if I'm hung on a word, I usually say a lot while snapping my fingers until it comes out. So instead, just pause. Take a minute. Take a minute, because your mind is trying to catch up with your body, or vice versa. That's what that is. So just take a minute. There's a latency. So just pause, allow the buffer to happen, and then continue to speak. As an autistic person, I use the pause, but people are right assholes about it. Fuck them. Fuck them. That's the way you speak. That is the way you speak. That's fine. Or have fun and go a little cosmopolitan and replace with the Japanese. What? I know it's almost dinner time. I know it's almost dinner time. Okay, we do have a wolf pack.
Yes?
You rang?
quest
My
is
turn to say
vague.
What
good
do you
day.
want? This way. My
Nice.
No! Oh.
But yeah, I do invite people to go back into my old VODs and watch old me speak. I'm not the same.
No!
I've definitely embrace your latency. I love that message. Embrace the buffer. Embrace the buffer. But I have become a better communicator as a result of streaming. It's difficult. It is difficult, but you can achieve your goal of being a better speaker. You can achieve your goal of sounding better. Because as I learned my tool, right, my voice, this is a muscle, right? You can exercise this. You can get to the point where maybe you're not perfect, but you are certainly better than you've ever been. And that is something that can be trained. You can train the muscle. And I did. As a result of streaming, I ended up speaking more than I've ever spoken in my life. It's very important. Speaking can get you promotions at work. Speaking can help make friends. The ability to communicate is something that is so underrated, and it shouldn't be. Speaking is integral. Spoon Mage, welcome in. Hope you are having an excellent day. I'm doing very well today. I'm doing very well today. I will have to process what you just called me emotionally for a couple of days. I believe it was when you had one of your friends drop into the stream that I was called Zaddy for the first time. And I don't know how I feel about it. Am I Zaddy, chat? Am I Zaddy? Should I just embrace my Zaddiness? Yes, I just said that unironically. You need to chill. She's just at my feet, just being like, feed me. Zaddy voice according to Castiel. Oh, I love me some Supernatural. Castiel spotted. Fellow Supernatural fan. Ooh, 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 ooh. Right, I have to hit the shift. Can't hold my coffee right now.
Nature's servant awaits.
All right, sir, we'll step you guys back. Step you back as well. Make sure we don't die. Oh no, the wolves!
What is it this time? I'll do it.
One of them has targeted me. Wait. Ooh, is this the one I was avoiding? Because there's a vampiric wolf. I don't know. Oh god. I don't know. I simply don't know.
My blade will cut you down to size.
Oh, your friend's name is Castiel. Gotcha.
Oh, perhaps we'll survive longer than I had originally thought.
So you're saying you don't like Supernatural?
Yes?
I don't know how I feel about that.
For now.
I love Supernatural. I love that show. There were so many inside jokes with me and my friends in high school because of that show. Whew.
Again?
God, there's so many enemies.
I'll do it.
Alright, you need to step back. Nice. Okay, we're good.
What is it this time?
Do you have... Ooh, you do. You have some chromatic orbs. Oh, what do I want you to do? Yeah, might as well have you heal a little.
No!
Okay, my fighters are doing okay.
No!
Okay, I think we're still... Yep, health looks good. Shit.
What you want? I've done had enough of this.
No.
Bleed.
This way. This way. Nice, nice. Shit, shit. Ooh. Okay, start hitting.
I fear I need healing.
Oh, fuck. Jaheira. Jaheira, you need to leave.
Yep.
Moen, you start hitting the back line.
We're all doomed.
I need you to both attack this guy.
Uh-huh.
Another chromatic orb should be safe.
Good as
And Jaheira... Fuck! Damn it!
I'll need a healer as soon as possible.
I was the other way around for a while. I got my autism diagnosed when I was 15 or 16, but I was in my 30s before I got my ADHD diagnosis. There are common comorbidities. Somehow I managed to avoid supernatural. You can't be that autistic then. No, there are a lot of things that a lot of people, it doesn't get diagnosed until much later in life. Oh shit, okay, no, we did quick save, good. We did quick save. So we've got... That is a war dog pack.
Yes?
Nature's servant awaits.
Uh-huh.
We're all
Stand
doomed.
back.
You're a
and
queer
watch
fellow.
this.
War dogs.
Fall.
No!
She's gonna make her way back. To be honest, it's peak autism that I avoided supernatural despite everyone's best efforts.
Again, with
That's
caution.
true. That is true. I need to find something to do instead of doom scrolling. So... Do you want a recommendation, or... Like, I don't know, like, the stream is obviously a way to stop doom scrolling. I would say the stream is a way. Interact more with the stream. But if you're looking, like, genuinely just practices to stop from doom scrolling, I would say... A few good practices are, well, first of all, putting your phone down. Something interesting happens when you remove your phone from the equation. So, emotionally, I find that people get very infantile when their addiction is, and we are addicted to our phones. We are addicted to our devices. I ignored Stranger Things and Supernatural. I don't really care for those shows. That is all good. But if you're looking for ways to stop doom scrolling, then honestly, going more analog, right? Reading more books, going for a walk, exercising. Exercising is a great one, actually, because what you are feeling... So whenever people lose their phones, right, the feeling that you get is this kind of antsy kind of build-up. You're just, like, I don't know what to do. I've got a stim almost. I have I have something that I'm always doing with my hands, with my device. I'm scrolling, right? This is a stim. This is a stim, right? Even if you're neurotypical, you can still stim. So this is a stim. And whenever you're not doing this, you're not receiving dopamine from seeing something you're enjoying. You're not receiving cortisol from things that you don't enjoy seeing. And you're just without. You're just without. So that is energy. That is potential, right? If you've been into science, you know that there's potentiation, right? So you have a buildup of energy, and that has a potential to move you, right? So this antsiness that you're feeling, the ants in your pants feeling, that is potential to move. That is potential to have an outlet. So what you have to do is you have to give your brain something to do. You might be... This is something that I found out when Mrs. Books was diagnosed with ADHD, right? The duck on the pond euphemism. On top of the water, everything looks nice and calm. Everything looks nice and calm. When you're scrolling, everything's nice and calm. But underneath the water, right? That's your brain when you're scrolling. You might look like this. But what your brain is doing is working fucking overtime because you're running out of dopamine, and it's going, where the fuck do I find more? I need more. I need to, what am I doing? What am I doing? So when you remove the stimulus, when you remove the dopaminergic loop of scrolling and social media, okay, what do I do? Right? The brain is still seeking that. So you need to give it other things to do, and exercise is great, going for a walk is great, reading a book is great. But the problem with all of these is that none of them give you the endorphin release of the phone, right? This is a dopamine super factory. So when your brain is used to the amount of dopamine that is released while you doom scroll, anything that you can do, you're going to have a withdrawal. You're going to have a come down period where you're just uncomfortable. So get comfortable being uncomfortable, and then get out of the loop using exercise, go for a walk, read a book, call a friend, have a conversation, get with community. I would say community is going to be one of the big things. Get with a community, because then you can have conversations and you can compare notes, and this is one of the reasons that Twitch is great. And I don't necessarily consider Twitch a problem within the grand scheme of social media and the doom scrolling culture that we have now. There are some people that certainly have issues, but when you're with a community and you're talking with chat, it's a different experience. Oop, sec. I mean, I've gotten better about it, but sometimes I draw or something else. Yeah, the problem is it's dopamine. That's the problem. So you need to give yourself a bit of grace. You need to realize that fundamentally you're going to struggle. It's just reality. You're going to struggle with this, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Also, for the doom scroller, restrict your YouTube, TikTok to only stuff you actually get excited about, and then set an alarm, i.e., you only get 30 minutes to do it. Another great trick that a psychiatrist I was friends with in school, make your phone grayscale. Make your phone grayscale. Make it drab and uninteresting to look at. When you make your phone grayscale, it's funny, you'll immediately be overwhelmed by the feeling that you have to turn on the color. Because our minds like color. And that is a very good way to make your phone provide less dopamine. That is why that is effective. Okay, so we're going to lure only a few of them.
Oh, omnipresent
What you want?
authority figure.
Life
What is it this
so
time?
hollow.
Stand back and watch this.
Okay, so this will be a bit of an easier... Nice. Yeah, way easier fight. Way easier fight. Okay, let's...
Our quest is vain.
Let's just hit him with a spell, and a Moen you need to bait. Nice. Take the knoll down. Nice.
What does it think carefully?
Okay, quick save successful. We are good. I think they don't carry much gold, but they do have some jewels from time to time. Any gold coin is good gold coin. Now, there are more over there, so we have quick saved. We're in good shape. So, this is one of the things with, and this is going to be kind of an unpopular opinion right now. I do believe a lot of these disorders are being overdiagnosed right now. Many people do have them. I'm not saying that you don't have what you're being diagnosed with, but I do believe that there is a large section of the population that is being done a disservice.
You require aid?
And
Yes?
You rang?
I've done had enough of this.
Uh-huh.
We're all doomed.
Stand back
let's go over
and
here.
watch this.
Okay, melee fighters, nice, perfect. And I believe that what is going to happen is that as we learn more through this kind of mass diagnosis that is occurring right now of a large portion of the populace, we're learning. We are learning, so this isn't all bad. But I think what ultimately will happen is that we're going to have this discovery that, oh, you know what? A lot of these people had this. You know, maybe they do have a disorder or disordered thinking or some sort of learning disorder or something like that. But it is... Sorry, just trying to focus, make sure I'm giving it to the right people. Inventory is full. Dang it, Jaheira. I believe, yep, you're empty. Okay, save game. Ooh. Save game. There we go. Yeah, like it's all within the scope of learning, right? Because there's lots that we don't know about autism and ADHD and the spectrum that exists within these disorders and the comorbidities there within. It's not being overdiagnosed right now. It was just severely underdiagnosed before and passed off as weird kids. I can barely keep track of my equipment, lol, much less a group of 6 people. Yeah. It's all a conversation, Cryptid. It's all a conversation. So, I believe, and there is some evidence to support this, that there are factors that support what Cryptid just said, and there are factors that support what I just said. So, within early education, there are some tells for these disorders, and some of these tells do ultimately, now they might actually lead to a legitimate diagnosis, but some of these tells can be misinterpreted rather easily. So, yes and no, right? There's nuance to this, and there's a conversation to be had within these contexts. And there's a lot of people that have been done a massive disservice and have been diagnosed so late in life that it's very frustrating to hear that, you know, there might be like an overdiagnosis aspect to this as well. But again, with everything, right, there's a nuance, there's a conversation to be had. The world is much more hostile to autistic and ADHD people than it was 50 and even 100 or more years ago. The historic sense eugenics is much more coded into the neurodivergency history. There's also the whole issue of autistic girls being diagnosed as bipolar because almost all autism research is done with boys. It's easier to see with boys, yes, 100%. A friend of mine has autism and is making it hard for him to find jobs where no one wants to hire him since he has autism. The world is much more hostile to autistic and ADHD people than it was 50, 100 or more years ago. What do you mean by hostile? That would be my question. What do you mean by hostile? Conan, that's skirting some of the channel rules, so I'll just ask you to backpedal a little bit. Because we try not to get into the political here, that's all. Yeah, so just avoid politics, that's all I would say. Jobs to ask you if you need accommodation. Chuck aside for this accommodate, yeah. So, if you're talking about actual hostility, like violence, then 50 or 100 years ago, it is the case that if you had many of these disorders, you simply got destroyed. Right? The reason you don't hear about a lot of this information, stigma, yes, right? But there's also a lot of the stories that, and I've read horrific history within psychology is a field that has a very troubled past, and there was a lot of experiments, I'll just say that, and that was considered okay because of the fact that these people had these disorders. So literal torture, frankly, was considered okay because of these conditions. Hostile? In the modern day? Sure. But actual, like, legitimate, like, violence against, that was so bad. That was indescribably bad. The stories of being sent to asylums, the stories of being literally tortured in the name of science, again, I understand what you guys are saying, and it's true. It's definitely true that there's stigma that exists, and we're doing the work as a society. I do believe that. But, It depends on the severity, right? Again, we're talking about a spectrum. We are talking about a spectrum. So yes, what you're saying, there is truth. There is truth. But also what I'm saying, there's also truth. It's just a matter of scope, I guess. But if we're talking about commonality, again, it depends on where on the spectrum we're talking about these people lying, right? But both scenarios that we're speaking to, Crows, 100%.
Awaits.
You're a queer fellow.
It's about that hard line that was drawn that is no longer drawn, which is both good and bad for the reason you were saying and the reason I described. Yep. Yep.
What is it this time? I'll do it.
And I guess I'll end this conversation with the fact that conversations like this are very important, and we are blessed to be in a society that is willing to have these conversations. There are communities that are willing to have these conversations, and that is the big thing. Whereas 50 and 100 years ago, it wasn't a conversation at all. It was something that you just buried as deep as you could. So, still challenges, but definitely better than it was, and getting better than it's ever been. So, silver lining. I will end with silver lining. It's a hard topic to discuss, yet, as Book said, it's also an important conversation. True, 100%. But that's the thing, people don't understand that it is a spectrum, so every autistic person gets put in the Rain Man. It is getting better. It is getting... So, chat, I do need to highlight this. I'm neurotypical, but my brother, my older brother, he's like, not to put it under Crow's words, but my brother is in like the Rain Man bundle, I guess you could say. And I have spent the entirety of my life watching with so much frustration as my brother was denied services because of what he has gone through and what he has. I watched my mom go insane trying to provide the care that he needed. And by the way, my brother for my entire life was called high functioning because he could read and he could write and he could speak. And they tried to use that as an excuse to deny him services when he needed an EA because he had so much social anxiety that he could not bear to be in a room with more than a couple of people. I used to get in trouble because I would find out that he was being bullied because we weren't in the same class anymore. We used to be in the same class because I was a comfort to him, and then I got taken away. And he got moved up a grade because of the school we were in. And I started finding out he was being bullied. And some of my earliest memories are of getting into just titanic fistfights after school because I found out what people had done to my brother during class, and you know, getting in lots and lots of trouble during my formative years. So, I don't know what it is to suffer with these afflictions because I don't have them, but I have spent the entirety of my life advocating and fighting for people that have suffered as a result of things they didn't choose. And watching the fallout from that. So, this has been a good conversation. It's a necessary conversation, but I do feel that there was some responses that might have considered my take to be antagonistic to their lived experience. And I would just like to say that that is not the case. That was not the case. Right, now we are in another fight. Thank you to anyone for advocating such things. It is important. It is. And the only way it gets better is conversations, but
Yes,
what I've learned through my fighting and my advocacy is that
Rang?
What you want?
rage begets rage.
Uh-huh.
It is the level heads that ultimately win the day. So be a voice for change, but do not be a rageful voice for change. Shit. These gnolls.
You stand back and watch.
Oh, fuck me. Fuck me.
This.
Okay, good, good. We like that. We like that.
We're all doomed.
Difficult only to become easier to talk about and actively. Yep. Might as well use blind.
What is it this time?
Yes, important to have conversations where both parties can understand each other. Without conversation, the world can't grow. 100%.
You're already dead.
But again, keeping in mind, as my tablet just removes words, you know, I've been having Foxy, I've been having so much trouble with that lately. I've been having so much trouble with that lately. Actually, you know what? Jaheira, I want you to heal yourself, please.
What is the plan?
Milton, please attack. You can attack. The best way I can describe it to a neurotypical person is, it's like everyone else speaks a language. You have the translation guide, but it doesn't cover the humor, the unspoken quirks, so you have half the picture, and the people get mad at you for not knowing the unspoken things. And something that I have not been able to talk about, something that's hella annoying about the modern mental health discussion for me, is how everyone thinks everything is ADHD. That is what I was talking about earlier. That is what I'm talking about. I do not have ADHD, I have severe anxiety, and you insisting I have ADHD does not help me. That is what I mean that these conditions are being overdiagnosed. You have a comorbid disorder, but you don't have that. That is not what you have. So when I started this conversation by saying there's an overdiagnosis of a lot of these disorders, there's this cutesiness that is happening in short form content, which is just like, I'm just an autistic girly. You're really not helping the conversation. You're really not helping the conversation. Yes, but misdiagnosis leads to overdiagnosis. It's comorbid. It's fucking comorbidities. Yeah, and that is exactly, that's what I mean. That is what I mean. Thank you, Audie, for wording it better than I did. Thank you so much. Audie gets me, chat. Audie gets me. Audie gets me, everyone. Right again. Nobody can stop me. The fucking twerking Snorlax. I get where books is coming from. It's a good place in my books. See what I did there? Ayo.
No,
I'm in everyone's good books.
me. No!
Please don't. Okay, Jaheira's not dead. Jaheira's not dead.
You're a this way.
Nope. Fuck you. Your pathing is shit. I'm not sure if anyone saw, but I want to ask if anyone knows why my mind does this. Don't go to public chats for diagnosis. Just gonna say that. I also seem to have an issue with my mind where I don't get excited or upset or sad about things like a lot of other people do. It's just like I don't know what to react to or how to react to. Let's say something like a family funeral or even my own birthday. I'm just kind of there. I don't know if this is a normal thing or not. I feel out of place because of it. I'm not sure how else to explain it. So, Monty, what you have just described, and this is the problem with the DSM-5, right, and comorbidities. What you have described is aligning with, and I've studied so many of these disordered neurodivergent things. I've studied anxiety, depression, autism, all this different stuff. It was all a part of my degree. And so what you're going to have, Monty, is you're going to have many people chiming into the chat that are going to say, it's this for me, it's this for me, it's this for me, it's this for me. Because what you have just described aligns with 10 different disorders in the DSM-5. They're called comorbidities. Correlation does not equal causation. That is something you hear a lot within the scientific community. That is not a diagnosis. That can help you seek a diagnosis because you're having people say, yeah, no, that's not normal. That is definitely not normal. But that is not a diagnosis. And what you have so often in social media and social circles is you have people diagnosing themselves using social media. Now, you might say the system does not have supports in place for me to get a diagnosis. And that is true. That exists. That is real. But the fact of the matter remains that a professional who is trained needs to be the one to provide an official diagnosis. And what Crow's just said, it's not a diagnosis, but you are not alone. That is what is important. They probably do, Monty, but that's okay. You're not alone. You aren't alone. But if it's something that, like Audie said, right? If it's not affecting your life, roll. Just roll with it. But if it is affecting your life, then try to seek a diagnosis and see if that helps. Because sometimes there's medications, and the medications can do a lot of good. Because the same... Yep, exactly. It lends to an overdiagnosis and a self-diagnosis issue where people feel they figured it out and don't seek the correct help because there's so much overlap. And they assume that what people are talking about because they only see the popular... Yep. Enderman, welcome in. Question of the day. Back to question of the day. That's actually true. Mostly, there's a handful of games that got released with different content, but the vast majority haven't changed, and we changed. We grew up, and we got more picky. We wanted more from games, and we go back and realize that these games never offered what we thought. We just remembered it because we assumed that the past was better. It sucks, but I don't think it's impossible to overcome. Old games give you something that's not worse, but it's different. And the past has something to offer. It has something to offer. It's like having a cold versus having the flu versus COVID. Symptoms overlap, and treating the wrong way because you guessed is not helpful. Mina, 100%. 100%. Question of the day. I don't think we have changed. I think the world has changed so much that we adore the classics more. Ooh, I don't know about that. No, because we do change, right? A year changes. A year changes you. And I'm having to retool my brain to just back to question of the day. I totally forgot about question of the day. I was just listening for a while. Yeah. Yeah. We change with the world. Yes. Okay, so tooling back to question of the day. We had a very good conversation about this earlier in the stream. So I'm trying to remember what I said specifically so that I can give you the kind of an approximation of what I had said, so you guys can kind of get the same feeling. So the question of the day is, the old games we played haven't changed over the years. We have. It feels different because we aren't the same person we were. It is impossible for the old game to change. It is what it is. Right? If you're talking about playing the actual game, no, not a remaster, not a remake, playing the game as it was, then it is the same. It is incapable of change because it was released to the world and it is what it is. We change. Our perception changes, our preferences change as we get old, as we play different games, as we have different experiences. And it is the case that one of the reasons that remakes and remasters are so popular right now is because we have our perceived experience of the game when it came out and what we love, and we have the modern gaming experience with the quality of life updates, the fidelity updates, and just the good-looking aspects of modern games. And we want to do this. We want these things to align, and many of the times where we dislike a remaster or a remake is because this alignment does not take in our perception. We feel that we have received a sleight of hand, and because it doesn't add to our remembrance of the game, our nostalgia for the game, we become upset and we say, they don't understand the game, they don't understand what the fans want, they didn't do this game justice. And this is why I advocate and I play the original games. I play as close as I can get to the original content. Now, of course, I'm playing Baldur's Gate, the Enhanced Edition, which is not the original game, but just because you have changed does not mean you cannot enjoy the experience of the past, right? It's different you have changed, but because you have changed, you can have a new experience, and an interesting one at that. Siege of Avalon is one of my favorite games. I've been playing it since I was a kid. I am not experiencing Siege of Avalon in the same way that I did when I was 9. I'm experiencing it as an adult man. There are certain things in the game that I understand, certain emotional depths, certain mechanics of the game. I am having a more rounded and wholesome experience of the game as a result of my growth as a person. And many of the people that lament that Mario doesn't feel the same, Zelda doesn't feel the same, these experiences don't meet my expectation, my nostalgia. Stop trying to make them meet your nostalgia. Stop trying to make that happen. Experiencing things, meeting the game in the middle, and experiencing it with new eyes it's so amazing. It's so incredible. Okay, guys, we have ads dropping, and my dogs are Quinn is grumpy. Quinn is grumpy. So I'm going to go feed the dogs. I'm going to leave you with the ads clips, and I will see you guys in maybe about 3 to 5 minutes. We shall see you soon. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to collect foreskin for day author. Vivek mole-egged his ball. So much so that it made history. They wrote a book about it. The entire sermon is a prolonged allegory about post-nut Claire. No, I can't. I can't do it. Oh, wait. You wanna know the best part about the Hist? Their entire existence is a pun. They're arboreal appearing entities that exist outside of space-time. They see all the timeline, forward and backward. They're Hist trees. God damn it. You want more? You just saw your buddies get killed, man. Did he grabbed my arrow. Guys.
早上好，中国。现在我有冰淇淋，我很喜欢冰淇淋，但是《速度与激情9》比冰淇淋《速度与激情》《速度与激情9》我最喜欢。所以现在是音乐时间，准备1、2、3。2个礼拜以后，《速度与激情9 X3》，不要忘记，不要错，国际的去电影院看《速度与激情9》，因为非常好，电影动作非常好，差不多一样。冰淇淋再见。
Come at me, scrub lords, I'm ripped. Okay.
Don't listen to the Elder Scrolls lore wiki Nerevar. Gnomes are very real.
Fuck! Very long time, the vorworms can get on top of you in a pretty big way. Cheers, fellas. They don't want the smoke. Oh my god. All right, well, let's go, buddy. It's okay, we're fine, it's fine. I am not a sociopath with a long history of violence. Oh, little secret area. Secret tunnel, secret tunnel. Oh god. Sir, your skin. This is why we tell you to wear sunscreen. SPF 60, minimum. Guy needed SPF 1000 after the trip from Red Mountain. Certainly looks like that. Necro's last words, a guy with a beautiful voice. He makes me melt. Ooh woo. He lit ooh woo. No, we need more. I need more. Chat, I need more cowbell. Lead them to Balmora?
All right, that's enough of that kind of stuff. The mod author knows this is a complete tone shift, but just felt like it was important for you to hear. Let's get back to sex jokes and fantasy racism.
Again? Really? Right?
It's good, Sigma.
Can you sing? He wants the bran flakes. I know, he can't resist. They have corn and bran. He needs fiber. It's to wash down the human. Little known fact, humans do not have a lot of fiber. That was work. Oh, okay, I'm not talking to you anymore.
Not my fault!
Chat, say hello to Mrs. Books.
These fuck-ass Nords Nerevar, they're injecting the kids with skooma to change their natural Dunmer skin color. Are you telling me someone willingly slept with Amron? That motherfucker has been trying to find his rusty iron sword since the Second Era.
I know exactly what voice you want me to read it in as well. I know exactly what voice you want me to go for. Okay, let me pull it up.
Shotgun-chan desune.
Oh, it's terrible. Okay, I think we got it. As long as I don't get gang-banged by the cultists again, I think we'll be okay. No. Why are they humming at me? They're whistling in my ear! This is pretty. I'm gonna stand up here. Hopefully I don't get mobbed.
What can I do for you?
Lord Farquaad, is that you? I should have played an orc. Just name myself Shrek.
Can I use it?
Let's try that redhead wig.
Rumpelstiltskin. Now excuse me while I enjoy my high tea. Tastes like aristocracy.
God damn it! Professional streamer. I'm a professional. Look it up in the book. All right. Audibel PT says, Books, we should start a podcast. I'm completely down. We are both incredibly opinionated people, and that makes money in podcasts, so let's do it. I now have a beverage. Canada Dry. Don't worry, everyone. Canada Dry. Not a Verner's, unfortunately, but... Dragon keeps asking me to get a Verner's. Monty TV is saying, I just like single-player games or anything with a good story. Have you played Siege of Avalon? Have you played one of my favorite games of all time? Siege of Avalon. Siege of Avalon. Canada Dry! Now we're just being silly. Canada Snowy? Canada Snowy ginger ale?
Does it taste like snow?
No, that's ginger. Then I do recommend Excavation of the Hobbs Barrow. There's also a casebook, not 1899, Highland Song, and Never Alone. Arx Fatalis is another really good experience if you're looking for a very nuanced and weird experience of a modern game.
No! What you want?
Yeah, nice. There we go.
Yurik with caution.
All right. Grab some jewelry. Ooh, some gold. Oh, Books, what we're talking about is regarding the question I asked further up in chat if you want context. Okay, I will do the right thing and I will scroll up. To change the subject of my 1 million questions about my weird mind, I put $20 into my Steam account and I'm looking for something niche, obscure, and underrated to play. Siege of Avalon. Siege of Avalon. Siege of bloody Avalon! My answer to the question has not changed. One of my favorite games of all time. I cannot recommend it highly enough. It is so bloody good. And Monty, if you enjoy my content, if you enjoy taking off the second skin, ooh, the smell. Do you smell what Cryptid is cooking?
Yes, omnipresent authority figure. Yep.
I don't know why I got such a kick out of that.
You rang?
Life is so hollow. Whatever.
For the fallen!
Uh-huh. My turn to save the day.
Okay, we should be able to take the bear down. No smell, I got it yesterday. Yeah.
I'll need a healer as... No!
Oh shit.
I'll do my best.
Fuck. It's gonna happen again, chat. No!
Leave me alone! No! Not the gumdrop buttons! Eat me!
Ah! Oh, Siege of Avalon, it's only $10. That's half of my budget. It looks pretty good, too. I cannot recommend it enough. If you are into CRPGs, Siege of Avalon. Somebody deal some damage, please! Oh, thank God.
Yes, agreed.
I was close. I almost lost my cool there. As someone who has played it, how would you describe Siege of Avalon? Gameplay-wise, a cross between Diablo and Baldur's Gate. Story-wise, it is a tale of betrayal and desperation. So, the story of Siege of Avalon is... There's a land called Yurlay, and within Yurlay, there are 7 kingdoms of man, and the Shahol Steppe. The 7 kingdoms of man, Nissos, Fornax, Elithria, Orium, one starts with a C. I'd have to look it up. There was Nissos, there's Orium, Fornax. That's 5. Shit. Oh, it's eluding. Anyway, 7 kingdoms. 7 kingdoms. The Shahol have discovered... The Shahol have discovered the races of man. And there is a divergence of faith. there's a divergence of faith between the kingdoms of man and the Shahul. The Shahul are spiritualists, they're naturalists, and they believe that the earth should be unmolested. They're nomadic, and they feed off of the land. And the kingdoms of man, digging ore, creating steel, and all these other methods of expansion is abhorrent to the Shahul. So the Shahul believe that the kingdoms of man must be exterminated. So they invade, and they take most of the 7 kingdoms, except the fortress, the citadel of Avalon, stands strong. And all 7 kingdoms coalesce their forces into the fortress of Avalon.
Welcome, Moon and Star. Come to me through fire and war.
I'm just reading your name. Sheridan Nidan. Sheridan Nidan. Welcome to the game library, my friend. Raiders, I see a brain rot. I see a brain rot. Raiders, welcome in. Welcome in. Audie Bell is answering the question of the day. I'm scared.
How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Maravar.
Sherlock Holmes, Crimes and Punishments. I'm a Sherlock Holmes fan. Sherlock Holmes fan. Raiders, welcome to the game library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin. I'm a variety streamer with a focus on story-driven games that are being obscured from the mainstream conversations around gaming. And the voice of those games is me. In the games that have little to no voice acting, I'd take it upon myself to voice act those games in real time, live, to make them a little bit more interesting for the modern viewer. So Raiders, welcome in. If you have to raid and run, of course, please take care of yourself. Get your food, get your water, get your sleep, whatever it is you need. But if you're hanging out, today we are playing Baldur's Gate, the Enhanced Edition, for the first time. Well, not the first time, but it might as well be. Screw it, I'm buying Siege of Avalon. I trust books enough to try it. Monty?
Excuse me, gentlemen, while I have a humiliating panic attack under the scanner table.
Do you know where this came from? This is one of my most prized possessions. And when I started streaming, Siege of Avalon was the game that started my channel. So, the phrase that Siege of Avalon advertised for its game was the namesake for my channel. This was a gift from one of the original developers of the game. He came to my channel, he saw my content, he saw that I was playing this game, and he messaged me on Discord, and he asked that I give him my address so that he might gift me this sealed original copy of Siege of Avalon. I have not opened it. It sits in my stream background as one of my most prized possessions. And I cannot recommend a game more. I love that game. I love this game. Audibel PT says, I typed a long-ass answer. Please return to it when you're ready. All right, might as well. Raiders, I'm all about the question of the day here. I'm all about conversation. Hard conversation. So, there are concepts that we might speak about that make people uncomfortable. There are concepts that we speak about that are difficult. We discuss what it is to be human here. We discuss what it is to consume art and to find the nuance in things. So, I am... Ooh, one sec, Dragon just said. You need to go get that wrapped up in plastic, protected from future handling. I do. I do. I'm just worried that wrapping it in plastic might, I don't know, hurt it. I don't know. Just saran wrap. Just saran wrap. Okay, so question of the day, Audibel PT is answering, is the old games we have played haven't changed over the years. We have. It feels different because we aren't the same person we were. What are your thoughts? And Audibel PT says, all works of art must be viewed in the context of their creation. Many things are not timeless, and arguably, even those things that are timeless are only in terms of core messaging, where subtleties are eventually always lost. It is not so much that we have changed as much as our awareness has changed. It is impossible to fully grasp the context of something that is a product of its time. They feel different because as we experience the world around us, the lenses we are viewing with is constantly expanding. Have you changed? Maybe. But it's the conversation, I'd argue, you've only changed as much as the additional context you've considered the content with. And this is why I advocate for experiencing old games even today. Because even in another playthrough, I can play Siege of Avalon. I can play Siege of Avalon today, and I'm not experiencing it the same way that I did when I was 9, when I played it for the first time. So, have I changed? Yes. Yes, I have, for the reasons that Audie has said, but I can still enjoy the same content with a different lens. The problem that we encounter within the scope of the question of the day is nostalgia, a lamentatious mourning of what has been lost. It hasn't been lost. It hasn't been lost, but it feels like it has because we are not experiencing it the same way as we did when we were younger. So we go into this crisis, we go into this freak-out mode, and we go, well, the game changed, I'm still okay, I haven't aged. Mortality is not affecting me right now, I'm fine. We're fine, I'm fine. The game is incapable of change. The game is a product of its time. And unless we're talking about a remake or a remaster, it is what it is. It's been released. There's no hot fix it. Like, this is what I would like people's thoughts. I'm gonna jump back into the game. I would like people's thoughts on this. So, what I just said, right? The game doesn't change. It's incapable of change. It's been released. My question to you is that in modern days, games do change. In real time. Hot fixes are a thing. So what do you make of that? What do you make of a modern context to this? Incorporating hot fixes. Question of the day from Sheridan. I agree. Once the game is made and done, it is what it is. Our perspective changes based on how not only we've changed, but how the world around us has changed. Because the world changes you. You change the world and the world changes you. They're not mutually... We are affected by our surroundings, and we affect the surroundings of ourselves. As someone who's worked in conservation, leave it. We're only just starting to recognize the effects of cotton gloves can have on oh god, yeah. Even gloves, fuck! Eternal, welcome in. I hope you're doing well, my friend. I hope you're doing well. The good part of that game are still good, but the landscape of gaming is so different that it fails to see. That its failures seem more obvious. The nature of the game still doesn't change. Just grows. Okay, let's have a rest, and then we'll map the rest of this area out. What was that, Dev? Product placement? Sponsor me. Alrighty. Oh?
Gorion would be proud of your actions.
Playthings. Thou hast found me when I alone could not.
Please, I beg of you to go no further. Brog is there, strewn about with the carnage he was wrought. I've tried to reason with him, but it is as if he is possessed by another soul. It was all I could do to flee in the swing of his tremendous blade. Please, unless you wish to witness the madness in a once good man, leave him, and pray the spirit leaves him in good time. If this Brog be possessed by some foul spirit, I'm afraid we must kill the man to unman the beast. Let us pass, and pity him not, for, if asked, he would wish it himself. Before this curse befell him, he was the captain of the guard in Nashkel. I am his cousin, Larissa. For all the bonds of love and blood, save him from his present agony. If there be a way to do so. I pray you left a trail of crumbs to lead us all back again. The others did not, so they have decided to stay. Shall we try and find a way home together? I pose you a riddle, the answer to which I once knew, but now cannot perceive. Remind me, and we shall all return unto the day. Fail, and stay with me in the dark, forgetting whence we came. It was neither mouth nor teeth, yet it eats its food steadily. It is neither village nor home, neither hands nor feet, yet it wanders everywhere. It is neither country, nor means, nor office, nor pen, yet it is ready for fight. Always. By day and by night, there is wailing about it. It has no breath, yet to all it appears. I think my feelings on it after explaining my point of view is that too often people view the expanding lens as making their old favorites worse. In hindsight, rather than realizing that even if you and the game haven't fundamentally changed your ability to see things you didn't before, that only adds value to the experience, even if you didn't particularly enjoy the value added. Sometimes realizing something sucks is good for your media literacy. Yep. What a team! That's it, Martin. For drinking the Canadian moose piss in a can, no Vernors for you in the near future. I agree, because Vernors... Getting a Vernors to me is so ridiculously expensive, it's not even funny. I would need Necro to, like, bootleg some across the border for me when he visits or something. It has neither mouth nor teeth, yet it eats its food steadily. It has neither village nor home, neither hands nor feet, yet it wanders everywhere. It has neither country nor means, nor office nor pen, yet it is ready for a fight, always. By day and by night, there is wailing about it. It has no breath, yet to all it appears. I would say death. Chat, what do you think? What do you think? I could bootleg it, seeing as how I'm 2 states closer if my shitbox gets through the drive.
We make a slug. Neither hands nor feet, yet it wanders everywhere. Neither mouth nor teeth, yet it eats its food steadily. It is neither country nor means, nor office nor pen, yet it is ready for a fight, always. It is death. I'm saying death. The end of night, where the light shines unto mine eyes, and I can see clearly once again. What hath I wrought? 'Tis horrible. Horrible. I will welcome the block that must await me in Nashkill. How could I live with what I have done? Please. Thou must guide me to the town that I might pay for my crimes. I fear I can keep my senses for only so long. I must not be allowed to do this again. Please. Too many good people have lost their lives to me. Please. We'll see you back safe as we can, though I don't see how killing you will help those that have died. We shall take you to the Temple of Helm, in the hopes that you might be healed. I fear I can do nothing for those I've wronged, whether I live or die. And I still know not what led me to this. It's like a foul presence in my mind. I can only imagine that I finally succumbed to battle fatigue. Take my weapon, that I might not harm another. Use it if thou wish, though I'd rather it be destroyed. Innocent blood on everything. I'd only just acquired the sword. Such a waste this has been. Take me to Nashkill, I can bear this no longer.
Greetings, playthings.
No,
Found me.
I cannot show my face here after what I've done. Just give me to the guard that I might be taken to my punishment as I should. Do not disgrace me further in front of Helm. Calm yourself, Bragg. Helm sees all that he wishes and knows much of what you did. Knows much of what you do not. It was your hands, indeed, that did many a foul deed, but it was not your will alone. Intent is vital, and yours was influenced without your knowledge. Justice will be done, but with atonement, not punishment. But my crimes, my family. I don't want to go on. If you are returned to the garrison, yours will be the only willful killing that has occurred about this matter. It would be a waste of your life, which, fractured though it is, can still contribute much. Helm will see you through. As for our intrepid friends here, I shall exceed reward offered by Ublek. After all, it was the same task of bringing Bragg to justice. The temple is in your debt for the return of its lost son. Hey Books, what resolution do you play Siege of Avalon on? I'm using my monitor resolution. So, what I would do, Monty, head over to a site called soamigos.de. So, on the Discord, there's a Siege of Avalon section. There should be a link to the forum. Rugsagsepp. So RUGGSAGGSEPP. He also goes by the handle of Rucksacksepp. RUCKSACKSEPP. He has basically made a mod of the game that basically helps with resolution. So it's essentially just a modern QOL for modern monitors. So I play on 1080p. And it doesn't seem to break the game, so I like it. And there's also there's a lot more story because Sep has also expanded the game. All right.
Yes.
So, as I was mentioning earlier, one of the aspects of voice acting that I struggle with is emotional range. Being able to unleash my emotions and convey despair and convey sadness. I struggle to do this. And I really like this playthrough of Baldur's Gate because it is providing me with the facility to experiment with that range in quite a profound way. I'm really enjoying this playthrough. Just gotta scroll back in chat. I see, you could see clearly how the rain had gone. You can see all hospitals in... The only thing that ever annoyed me about the Lord of the Rings films was Andy Serkis's version of the Golem noise. Horrible fact. This year is the 25th anniversary of the Lord of the... Oh god, yeah, that doesn't make me feel ancient. Chat hasn't led you wrong on game picks yet. No, honestly you haven't. You have not. Although I fear I might go the way of Eternal and I might end up playing Monkey Game. It's his favorite now. It's tragic. It's tragic. Yeah. Got him! Alright, okay, so this is where Bragg was. Let's finish mapping this area out. It's camp. Okay, you know what? Redguard I might end up regretting. Just because it's such a bitch to get running. It's so difficult.
Welcome, Moon and Star.
Eris!
Come to meet
Eris!
fire and
Ptolemy.
war.
Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. I'm gonna finish killing these guys, and then we're going to say hello.
Lay down your weapons. It is not too late for my mercy. Come and look upon my heart. Upon my heart. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Zarabar. I'm a god.
Hit him. Boom, nice.
I'm a god.
Alright, I think they are dead. So let us just swap over to somewhere more comfortable. Raiders, welcome to the game library where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin, and my name is Martin. I almost did my intro. My name is Martin. I'm a variety streamer with a focus on story-driven games that are obscured from the mainstream conversation around gaming. And the voice of those games is me. In games with little to no voice acting, I add the voice acting live, just to make it a little bit more interesting for modern viewers. Today we are playing Baldur's Gate, the Enhanced Edition. Raiders, if you have to raid and run, please get your food, get your water, get your sleep, whatever it is you need. You come first. Eris was playing... The cult of Ptolemy has graced the stream to spread the good word of our deity. I legit think Redguard might be easier to run on Linux than Windows just because of the amazing work put into Proton and Wine. I'm honestly thinking about switching to Windows because a lot of the features with privacy right now with the cloud, Windows can literally just brick all your hard drive. I found that out recently. So they're trying to push their cloud integration, so they're literally just taking your... Insofar as you have cloud capacity, they just take your files, and then they delete the files on your machine without asking. It's messed up. It's really messed up. So I'm genuinely thinking of switching to Linux right now. Just pause the game. Pause the game. Let's scroll back. Assassin's Creed 2. Definitely agree, Assassin's Creed 3 is underrated. Wait, was it 3 or 2? Was it 3 or 2? That looks like 2. Yeah, that's 2. That's 2. The resolution thing for Siege of Avalon I'm looking for, Siege of Avalon patch under file base. If it's from SEP, yes. If it's SEPs, then yes. If you want to wait, Monty, I can always send you a link to the file pack after stream. I can always just walk you through it. If you switch to Linux, definitely ask for our help. We'll help a lot. Yeah, because I know Dayhiker, Kilniath, you... Who else? There's someone else that's a big Linux guy. Was it Conan? Might be Conan. Anyways, we have a lot of Linux lovers in the stream. That works too. I'm not not that big of an issue right now. I just started. Yeah, it is optimized to play in 1080p, just vanilla, but there are some... What's your hardware, AMD or NVIDIA? And you have a lot of new hardware, mostly older stuff. AMD build. I have an MSI X870p Wi-Fi. My graphics card is an MSI 4070 Super. I have an AMD Ryzen 9 9900X for my CPU. I have G-Flare X DDR5 for RAM, and I have 2 NVMe SSDs, M.2 SSDs for my storage. So I have a pretty modern build. I built at the start of 2025. I have a pretty beefy build. All right, let's hop back over to the game for a little bit. Ooh, NVIDIA GPU. That's going to make it a little bit harder, but not too bad. This just cuts out a handful of distros, not all. Okay. All right, let's continue to explore, shall we?
Whatever.
Oh, screw you.
Think carefully.
Good old Zan. I think it's on GOG, it runs slightly better, if that's an improvement. Most games actually run better on GOG. Steam does not optimize the game for modern machines. GOG does. GOG, all the games they have released, they are optimized, at least somewhat, for modern machines. Pop OS, Nobara, or something like those. So, I've heard Arch. I've heard super good things about Arch. Is that a viable build with an NVIDIA GPU, or would I need to switch to an AMD GPU? I really don't want to switch considering the prices right now. Oh my god! The crazy cosmic bunny! Welcome in, Bunny Boink Boink. Raiders, welcome in. We're getting so many raids right now. My god. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. Chat, could I please get some pipes for Crazy Cosmic Bunny, a new friend. Someone who has just recently started raiding it. I've not had a chance to watch their stream.
I'm a god.
Playing
How
Arch.
can you kill a god?
What were you making?
What a grand and
What Arch were you
intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Marabar. I'm a god. I'm a god.
Raiders, welcome to the game library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin. I'm a variety streamer with a focus on story-driven games that have been obscured from the mainstream conversations around gaming, and the voice to these games is me. I do a little bit of voice acting in the games that have little to no voiceover to make them a little bit more interesting for the modern consumer. Today, we are playing Baldur's Gate, the Enhanced Edition. So, welcome in. If you have to raid and run, no hard feelings. Get your food, get your water, get your sleep, whatever it is you need. But if you're hanging out, it is lovely to have you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being here. The Arch fans say it's easy because it's after you know Linux, but if you are starting from nothing, do not start there. Okay, gotcha. I'm a troglodyte. So, when it comes to knowing what I'm doing with computers, technology's scary. Technology's scary. All right, let's hop back into the game. Cosmic Bunny, what were you making? What art were you making today? Some more ginger ale for me. So we just spoke to Baruch.
You are on Baruch's land. Baruch says, go away. So go.
Who is this Baruch that he is going, and what is he going to do about it? We're just passing through and won't be any bother. You have our word.
Your word means nothing to Baruch. Kill them.
Ooh, we have multiple enemies.
What is the plan?
All right, let's... Ooh, sweet, Milton leveled up. Milton leveled up. We can finally beat the Nashkel Mines. Played some Crusader Kings 3 and did some dark art. Not sure if I should say what exactly. As long as it is not safe for work, I would say share. If it's morbid, I really don't care. But if it is not safe for work, yeah, pedal the brakes a bit. But, yeah, no, if it's just like, I don't know, like Warhammer 40k, where it's just like a little bit, okay, fine. Okay, let's take down Baruch. Actually, you know what? There's lots of Cobalt Commandos! The Navy SEALs have entered the chat. All right.
You're a queer. I've done had enough of this.
You rang?
Okay, chromatic orb. Hit that. Let's send my melee fighters into the kobolds.
Damn.
What you want?
Yeah, keep hitting him. Keep hitting him, please.
Is so hollow.
Hit him with blindness so he's a little bit less. Oh, that's fine. That is interpretive art, right? One of my favorite artists is Caravaggio, and he's quite morbid. His art is quite morbid.
Uh-huh.
Nice. Okay, that is some decent damage. Okay, we're doing okay against the commandos over here. That is good. Okay, be careful. You know what? You start going after the commandos. I think that is okay. Yeah, perfect. Nice. Got some heals going. Okay, all in.
Or possibly frosty. Death!
You thought you could take me. Well, I've got news for you. Fuck!
Zan! You silly bastard. I shouldn't have brought the mages in. I thought we would slay him much quicker. That stinks.
Yes?
Alright, alright.
For now.
Alright. Fine, let's head back. Map out the area again.
Oh, perhaps we'll survive longer than I had originally.
Ooh, I read an article today about Da Vinci and how he made a naked Mona Lisa in his lifetime.
Again?
What I find interesting, this is kind of our conversation from the question of the day as well, which is, you know, the subjective nature of the times kind of affect what we consider beautiful. And I had someone the other day say that the Mona Lisa was not good art. I literally had someone say that to, like, stone-faced to me. And I was like, okay, you might not consider it good art, but the fact of the matter remains that it changed art forever. And it's funny because a lot of these great painters, they didn't actually get recognized for their contribution to art until far after they had died.
Certainly I shall collapse from exhaustion before I fall on the battlefield.
Alright, fine, we'll rest.
Casting spells isn't as easy as I make it look. I'm tired.
If you start Brotherhood, you should add the extra rule to try and get the bonus synchronization if you possibly can. Torture to the max. Oh, there we go. That was something I didn't know about Dragon at first. I thought he was just a 100% Scrolls head, and he didn't like anything else. And then we started talking about more games, and he just opened up a litany of games and perspectives that just truly amazing to talk to, honestly.
You're a queer fellow.
Gives me so many amazing ideas.
My turn to save the day.
For the fallen!
No!
What are we fighting here? Tasloy. Okay, not too bad. Nice. My OC. My OC, apparently.
What is it? Think carefully.
Alright, ooh, they do have gold. Alright. Well, we might as well loot them then. Ooh, try to get the cursor. There we go. There we go. I heard Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. It's like a sleeper agent activation phrase. It's just... You have summoned me. Right. Same thing we did last time.
Yes, oh omnipresent authority figure.
What is it this time?
Ooh,
You
no,
rang?
I just want you. Chromatic orb.
Life is so hollow.
Slap
What
you
you want?
with some stuff. Alright. Boom. Nice.
You're already dead.
Uh-huh.
Okay, another chromatic orb, please.
Our quest
And then
is
we're going to hit
vain.
you with another leech spell. And you keep lobbing arrows. Nice.
We're all doomed.
Okay, you've leveled up. Hit with blind.
What is it this time?
And you... Ooh, no more magic missile or anything.
You rang?
Yep.
Okay, keep hit. Ooh, shit. Fuck. Shit. Shit. He's low. Ah, Khaled. Damn it. That was going so well, too. Damn. Alright. Well, let's level up,
Yes?
I guess. Lots of health from that. Oh, I thought he did have a level up. That must just be his hands. So, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood? Oh, there's a brilliant Tumblr post where someone sees a copy of Mona Lisa and is like, the copy has eyebrows? The goon comes out with, the famous paint, and all you can see is eyebrows, and the OP unleashed, and just a rant about how the Mona Lisa's eyebrows have been a thing in art history forever, and the other person is basically a clown honking their horn. Great. Yeah. Forums are... If Books is considering playing Brotherhood, then he should play Assassin's Creed 2 first. The thing with Assassin's Creed is I don't think it meets my criteria of a voiceless game. That's my only issue with that. The only Assassin's Creed game I've ever replayed is Black Flag, and had the honor of making... which had the honor of making me cry. Well, that's not good.
So, after giving it some thought, I want to ask you a favor.
Certainly, Nero. What do you need?
Even though I first ran away because I was scared, I've begun to think I should find a way to reduce the unfortunate side effects of my otherwise awesome spells.
Aren't unfortunate side effects the main feature of wild magic?
It only seems that way because everyone forgets all the times my untamed magic made my spells more powerful. All anyone remembers is when I accidentally incinerated a classmate. Casting wild magic is like playing a flute by ear. I just kinda picked it up as I went along, doing what felt natural. In magical terms, I can play a pretty mean tune. But when I miss a note, the flute shoots fire at everyone. Also, the flute sometimes turns me into a hamster. Anyway, wild mages tend to keep to themselves for obvious reasons, but I've heard about one nearby. They say he's very old and wise.
And you think he can help you?
Hey, you're smarter than you look.
Hey.
That's exactly right. Someone who's lived so long with
Given the
must be able
OC's
to teach me a thing or
backstory,
two.
that's very offensive. Who is this wild mage and where can we find
His
him?
name is Adoy, and he was last spotted to the east of Firewine Bridge.
Then we will look for him there at once.
Thanks. You're more than a convenient escape from vicious red wizards. You're a real pal.
Oh. Alright guys, we are approaching 6 p.m., which means that our time in the game library has once again drawn to a close. Ads are quickly on their way, so I would just like to say thank you for all of the support, all of the lovely conversations that we had today. We had a particularly difficult conversation that I am so grateful the community handled with grace. It needs to be said that one of the main features of this community that I'm trying to ingrain is that we can have nuanced conversations without succumbing to the tendencies of the modern internet. That we can have these nuanced conversations and do so in good grace. So thank you all for helping me achieve that goal. I very much appreciate it. I very much loved the conversation that we were able to have and the conversations around the question of the day. You guys are brilliant. You rock. You're so amazing. So, with that said, if you guys have enjoyed the stream, if you've been doing a lurky lurk, if you've been doing anything like that, I have been trying to get monetized on YouTube. And a follow, a like, anything like that is massively, massively helpful to move me towards that goal, as well as growth on Twitch. If you have liked what you've seen on Twitch side, please consider dropping a follow, consider sharing the stream with some friends, and help grow this community. Help grow this community if you enjoy the content that we make. Now, speaking of celebrating the community, next week, I'm not going to be streaming until Saturday. That is my stream anniversary celebration. I will be streaming every single day from January the 17th to January the 24th. I'll be streaming every single day. And I will be doing so with friends. I will be celebrating the communities that have helped bring me to where I am today, helped grow this channel to what it is today, and I just want to celebrate them. It's not so much about me, it's just about being able to hang out with my friends and not focus on growth for a little while. Just focus on being. We get plastered. I have never been inebriated in my life. Fun fact, I've never been inebriated in my life. I'm not teetotal. I enjoy good scotch, but I never let it get to the point where I'm gone. But I do agree with Dragon, we should do some gaming on the Discord. We should definitely be gaming on the Discord. Now, Eternal, please let me know if the time doesn't work. I will take some time off work. I will take some time off work. I do not want you staying up until, like, fuck, it's so late and I have a terrible sleep schedule now. So, just let me know, and I will never sleep again for you. Love you too, man. Okay, my friends on YouTube, that is it for the stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. I massively appreciate all of you. Now, my friends on Twitch, let us find a raid target, shall we? Let us see who is on. Now, we've been really helping Gavatron and Lampcore do their push to partner, so I need to see if they are on right now, because if they are on, they're getting raided. It's just the way it is. It's the way it is. But if they are not on, we can raid someone else. I'm surprised. I'm shocked, in fact. I do not see them on. I do not see them on. All right. So Squish is on, Lost is on, Rainlight is on. I haven't... Ooh, Crusader Kings 3. Got some Crusader Kings action. One more thing, thank you for recommending Siege of Avalon. I will have fun with it. It's very soothing so far. I love the music in the game. It's my favorite OST. It's so good. So good. Okay. So, Rainlight, Lost, or Squish. You know what? I agree, Dragon. We haven't raided Lost in quite some time. So let's shoot a raid over to Lost. Alright, first message is for those of you who are subscribed. Thank you so much for your support. Second message is for those of you who are followed, but equally loved. Thank you so much for tuning into the stream. Thank you so much for hanging out, my friends. You guys rock. I will, again, not be streaming until Saturday, the 17th of January, and we will be playing some Siege of Avalon. Until then, my friends, I ask that you be well. I'll see you on the next one.